Friends, welcome. Eric Andreas, your Guitar Sage here. It is September the 26th. Welcome to our Dominate the Fretboard with my top guitar hacks and Q&A. This is our big live broadcast. We haven't done one of these since, I don't know, Mike, when's it been? March, I think? February? Yeah, it's been a while. So we're so excited to be here 4 hours today from 11 a.m. till 3 p.m. Let me tell you how the show is going to go. I'm going to give you the agenda. I'm going to tell you about what we're covering. I'm going to tell you about where you should be and all that good stuff because we're doing things a little bit differently here than last time. It's been some time, right? Universe is changing. We're changing too. Here we go. So this is what I'm going to be covering. I'm looking at my cheat sheet, so if it looks like I'm reading off of something, it's because I am. Okay, so here we go. So what we'll be covering today, springboards, stationary and movable. You don't have to know what any of this means. Sister chords, adjacent string trick, the L7, or what I originally called the major minor 69er, got outvoted, and the caged chords, okay? That's what we're going to be talking about during our first hour here. Let me tell you the agenda. Let me tell you about all the giveaways. Friends, we said we were giving away like $3,500 worth of stuff. We've ramped it up since then. We said, nope, let's do more, and that's what we're doing, okay? All sorts of really cool stuff that I want to tell you about, okay? Here's the agenda. First half hour, I'm going to be showing you the first thing, springboards and sister chords. We're going to be doing a giveaway at the half hour mark. Second half hour, I'm going to be teaching you adjacent string trick, L7, and caged chords. This is all based off of the PDF that you can get a hold of right now, and I'll tell you how to get that. The very first link in the description of YouTube. Some of you are on YouTube right now. Some of you are on our website. Either way, you can watch, but the PDF you can only find on our website, and I'll tell you about that in just a moment here, okay? So after that 1 hour, at about the 55-minute mark, 1 hour mark, we're going to be giving away lots of stuff, okay? I'll tell you about all the giveaways here in just one moment. The big giveaways are happening at the 1 hour mark, okay? At the 1 hour mark, we're going into Q&A time, so 1 hour from now, noon, okay? 3 hours of Q&A, so from noon to 3 p.m., I'm going to be taking your questions in real time. Every half hour during that time, during those 3 hours, every half hour, we're going to be doing more giveaways, okay? I'll tell you about the giveaways in just a second. First off, if you're watching on YouTube, great. You can participate in the chat. Usually we used to have a private chat like on our website. Now we're just using the YouTube chat, both on our website and on YouTube. So if you just want to participate in the chat, you don't want the PDFs that I've painstakingly created for you, if you don't want those and you want all my time to have been wasted, then that's okay. You can just sit here and chat in YouTube. Otherwise, if you want that great PDF that will absolutely help with everything that we're doing today, then click the very first link below this video. Is it the very first link below, Em?
It is the very first link below.
Thank you, Em. So the very first link below, that'll send you over to the page where you can get that PDF and get the offers and everything else that we have today, because we are massively blowing stuff out today, okay? All right, that's the agenda. So you know what to do. Go to the top of that YouTube description, and that's where you're going to find all that stuff. Let's talk about the giveaways, and then we're going to jump straight into the course, okay? I am on time. I love it. All right, giveaways. For the first hour, well, we have all sorts of surprises, but these are the ones that I've told you about, okay? At the 1 hour mark, we're giving away 3 lifetime memberships to the Unstoppable Guitar System, okay? 3. There's going to be a first prize winner who's going to win this Epiphone PR150. Epiphone PR150 acoustic. You just saw me playing it just now. They're also going to win a lifetime membership to the Unstoppable Guitar System, 365, the whole enchilada, all that stuff. Lifetime membership to that, plus a bunch of merch, right? I'm not sure what merch we're giving, but we have T-shirts, obviously. We got hats. We've got coasters, all sorts of coasters. We've got baby bibs and all sorts of stuff. So I'll tell you more about that later. First prize winner is going to win that. Grand prize winner is going to win this beautiful Epiphone Dot, this Boss Katana 50 amp, lifetime membership to the Unstoppable Guitar System, merch bundle, and who knows what else. Lots of stuff, okay? That's what we're doing at the 1 hour mark. Now, for the rest of the program, the other stuff that we're going to be doing, we're going to be doing giveaways on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, all sorts of stuff. Lots of swag. I might have... This is number 1, folks. This is number 1 of the Dueling Ninja. This is it. I might be giving one of these away. What? Yes. I'm not joking. I might be giving one of those away today, along with a bunch of other stuff, okay? So, there you go. That's the gist of it. We're going to get into it here in a minute. I'm going to pop over to the chat very quickly just to see, y'all, it's moving so quick, so there's no way I can even... It's moving really, really quickly. So, I can't name anybody out. But welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We're jumping in. We're at the 5-minute mark, and we are on time. Sorry, I like to be very methodical with this so that you guys, your time is very important to me, so I want to make sure that we're really sticking to the program here. Have I forgotten anything, guys? I don't think so. I think we're good. I know there's something else I want to tell you. I'll remember it in a minute. Oh, PDF. Get that PDF out right now. Eric, what PDF are you talking about? The PDF that you can find if you hit that very first link below, that'll give you access to it. Now, if you don't have it, you don't want to get it, you hate PDFs, you're allergic to PDFs, whatever the reason that you're not getting the PDF, Mike is still going to put some of those diagrams on the page. So you don't necessarily have to go anywhere. That's just information for you. I created it for you along with the course that you would also have access to for those that registered ahead of time. Okay? All right, let's dig down. Let's talk about our first bit here. The lesson is officially beginning right now. Okay? Here we go. All right, so we said we were going to start this off by, let me go back a little bit. We're talking about 5 things that I find invaluable. All the bits that you saw me playing just a few minutes ago, this stuff is constantly going through my head when I'm playing. Just like anything would when you're driving or whatever. It's like red light. You know to stop for the red light. Green light. You know to go for the green light. You know to stop, go right on a red light. These are things that are constantly going through your head. You're not really thinking about them. You learned them at one point. You applied them. Now they just become part of your dealio. You know what the rules are, right? And so, as musicians, we can learn these hacks, we can learn these tricks that will absolutely unravel everything for you. And yes, you will need a moment to digest and actually make sense of that idea. But then once you start applying it, it starts becoming part of you. When you see your favorite guitar player playing, don't believe for a second that they're magical. It's not magic at all. It literally is just practice, and it's knowing these tricks. But after some time of getting really good at this, it appears as if they're magical. Just like watching David Blaine do his magic, his sleight of hand, his illusions, it looks to be magic because he does it so well, okay? So that's good news for those who are willing to do the work because it's all available to you. Anything that you saw any of the best guitar players doing since the beginning of time, you literally can do because it's just a matter of steps. These bits that I'm showing you today, these 5 bits are absolutely the ones that I'm thinking about all the time and massively help me dominate the neck, will help you dominate the neck, okay? The number 1 thing that I teach regarding this is what I call springboards. You could look it up on the internet. You probably aren't going to find anything because this is a name that I coined for places on the neck that you should know just like this and that you probably do know already, but we need to take a moment to be cognizant of them so that we can move very quickly across the fretboard, okay? Now, one of the things that I teach in UGS Standard, the one that's available for free for everybody, it's available on all these links that you're going to see today. One of the things I teach in there is how to know the notes on the fretboard. And that's great, because if somebody asks you what this note is right here on the 6th string, you can go, well, I know this is an E, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A sharp. Okay, great, Eric. But what springboards do is they add an element of quickly going to that one place. They springboard you to the next place, almost like a bookmark, okay? Like a bookmark with your web browser, you click it, you go there right away instead of having to type it out. That's what springboards are, essentially. So let's talk about them. I break this down into 2 different types of springboards, stationary and movable. Stationary are ones that sit still. They don't move. They're there all the time. And they are this. You got to know the names of the open strings, right? Working from the low E here, we have E, A, D, G, B, E. 6 strings, and we just memorize them just like that. E, A, D, G, B, E. You can remember this by saying Eddie ate dynamite, goodbye Eddie. By the way, anything I'm telling you today, don't feel like, oh my God, I'm getting too much information, I'm getting overload, because I've got that free course for you and all the other stuff I'm providing for you. Don't freak out. I'm talking fast because I want to get lots of information to you for those of you that know it already, but for those that don't fret. It's all available to you. You don't have to learn it all right now. Just enjoy the show for a minute, okay? So, EAD, GBE, that we need to know that. Eddie ate dynamite, goodbye Eddie is how I remember it. Now, the springboards are this. We could consider that a springboard, but most people just know that. So, if we go up 12 frets, this is known as the octave. Oct in German is 8, or octopus, right? 8 arms. It's the 8th note of the scale, of the major scale. So if we're playing E major, then we would go do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and that's known as the 8th note. It's right there. It magically appears at the 12th fret, not the 8th fret, because it's 12 frets up, but it's 8 scale steps up. Does that make sense? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so right here at the 12th fret is our first is our first springboard, if you will, because if this is EAD, GBE down here at the bottom, then this is also EAD, GBE. Now, why is that helpful? It's super helpful because if somebody asks me what this note is right here, I can say it's an F. I know it very quickly, not because I said E, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A, and I went all the way up and did 13 steps to get there. I did 1 step. I said E, because I know that's an E, right off the bat, because I know it's an open E, so the 12th fret has to be an E, so I just add 1, and if I know that E doesn't have a sharp, it's F. Easy enough, right? And I could do the same thing going backwards. If somebody asked me what this note is, I could say, well, that's a E flat or a D sharp, because I didn't have to work from here and go all the way up. I worked off of my springboard there, okay? So that's stationary springboard number 1. And that's what we call the 12th, that's what I call the 12th fret springboard. If you have a guitar that has 24 frets, then the same thing is at the 24th fret. That's up yet another octave, okay? And it's the same thing, EAD, GBE, EAD, GBE, EAD, GBE, if you had a 24th fret. Cool? Another springboard, anything that you do on the low E is the same on the high E. In regards to the names, the letter names, right? So if I wanted to play a melody, I'm playing that on the 6th and 1st string. I'm just playing E major scale. Easy enough, right? So literally those are mirror images of each other. That's springboard number 2, stationary springboard number 2. Stationary springboard number 3, by the way, this is all in the PDF, so you don't have to freak out. It's there for you. First link below will give you access to the page where that's available. Number 3 is, have you ever tuned the guitar to itself? You know, this method where you're tuning to fourths, what we call fourths. And now for this one, you have to go down a half step. But for most of the other strings, you're on the 5th fret. And the math works like this. If I wanted to tune the A string, I would play the 5th fret on the E string, because E, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A. So that note should be the same as the A string right underneath it, right? Yes. Okay, so that's what I call a springboard, because if we tune the guitar this way, which I teach inside of UGS, right, then these notes we should know, because they're basically the same as the very string below it, if we know how to tune. So I know that this is an A, because I'm tuning to the A right below it. I know this is a D. The 5th fret of the A string is a D, because I'm tuning right to it. Okay? The same thing with the G, and so on and so forth. So when I'm tuning the guitar to itself like this, that's what we're going to get. All right? Now, Mike, do you have those stationary springboards if you can show that image, let's talk about that real quick. Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Em. We'll do that in 1 second here. We're going to do our first giveaway here in just a second. I tell you what, in fact, yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll do it in just 1 second. Okay, so here's the deal. You can see right on the screen there, number 1 is the open strings. We got to know that. Number 2 is the 12th fret up. The 12th fret up is the same as the open strings. You can see on number 3 there, if we're tuning the guitar to itself, those notes are going to be the same as the open strings, and we just need to know that name, because now if I say, what is this note? If somebody asks me what this note is, I can say, well, that's an A sharp. I didn't have to start from the beginning, and I didn't have to work all the way back from this springboard. I just said, well, I know this is an A, so this has to be an A sharp. Easy enough, right? You'll get used to this, but it's not just going to happen like that. You have to look at it a little bit, right? It took you how long to walk? And you're walking like a champ now, but how long did it take you to walk? A long time. You kept trying. You've got to dig into this stuff. It's not just going to happen like that, okay? But you'll get it. You'll get it in time. And then you can see 1 octave up from the 3, right over here. This guy is basically same thing. If somebody asked me what this note is here, I would say it's an A sharp, because I know that's an A, because that's an A, because of the springboard method that we mentioned earlier. So at first you may have to think and think and think, and then eventually it'll be think, and eventually it'll just be think, and you'll get to it really quickly. So it'll happen so quickly. Okay? So that's the first set of stationary springboards. Let's do our first giveaway here, and then the next bit we're going to talk about are the movable springboards. Thank you so much, Mike, for that image. We're done with that one there. Okay, so here we go. The first giveaway is going to be a Facebook giveaway. So you can do this on Facebook. We'll post the link to the Facebook group, but essentially we just posted something there, okay? And this is an ebook bundle. This is to win an ebook bundle. You get the Ultimate Guitar Guide number 1, Ultimate Guitar Guide number 2, and the Blues ebook, okay? I wrote these years ago. They stand the test of time. Nothing's changed there on guitar since I've created those books, and we've literally sold hundreds of thousands of those, okay? This is what basically started off UGS, was these ebooks, and they're still very viable today. We're giving these away, or we're giving one away right now on Facebook. This is what you got to do. If you go to the link or go to my Facebook, facebook.com/YourGuitarSage, you're going to see a post there. If you follow me on Facebook and you comment on it, hashtag dot. That's all you have to do. Epiphone dot, D-O-T, hashtag dot. Or just put anything there. It's fine, okay? We're going to know that you're part of this. And then share it. And in 15 minutes, you have 15 minutes to do this, by the way. In 15 minutes, Emmy's going to tell us who won, okay? So she's keeping an eye on this right now. Here's the deal. If you think that 10 million people are going to do this, you're wrong. Only a few people are going to do it. So the few people that do this today are the people that are going to win. People are like, I never win anything. Cool. You won't win anything because you're not trying. So those that are trying, chances are you're going to win stuff, because we're giving away so many things today. Okay, 15 minutes or less than 12 minutes now, we're going to announce that winner, or Emmy will. Okay? All right, let's keep going. Look out for that link in the chat there. Cool? All right, here we go. Movable springboards. Let's talk about it. So movable springboards are springboards that naturally occur. Of course, this has everything to do with the tuning of the guitar when we're talking about these movable springboards. And the stationary ones. I mean, if you tune the guitar differently, it's just the octave's still going to be there, but everything else is going to be jacked, okay? So we're talking about a standard tuned guitar, which you're going to be using 99% of the time. Movable springboards are springboards that move and that work in any key. They just move along the fretboard. I'll give you an example. So I said that I use these all the time, and I can promise you I do. When I'm soloing, doing anything, I'm thinking, if I'm in the key of A, here's an A, here's an A, here's an A, A. I mean, those are A's all over the place, and those are easy to find, and I can quickly go to them. I didn't used to be able to do that, but just like there's a first day where you learn it, and then you do it more and more, and then you get faster at it, okay? So these are movable springboards Finding your octave. This is the first one for movable springboards, is finding your octave. Goes like this. On the 6th and 5th strings, okay, I can play any note. Doesn't matter. I don't even have to know the name of the note. Here is an A. If I want to find an A, an octave up, I could, well, I won't spoil that surprise. There's one thing I can do, that'll be number 2, but the next thing I could do is I could go down 2 strings, 1, 2, and up 2 frets, 1, 2, and there's going to be an A. So here's my A. If I go down 2 strings, 1, 2, up 2 frets, 1, 2, there's an A. That's why when I play my scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, or 8. There's my octave, right? There it is again. Now the cool thing about this is it's movable. So if I want to do G's, they look the same way. Make sense? Sure it does. Now, if we go to the 5th string, we can do the same thing. So, doesn't matter what note I'm playing, I'll play a D. If I play that D and I want to play 1 octave up, I'm going to go down 2 strings, 1, 2, up 2 frets, 1, 2, and D and a D. Make sense? You've heard your favorite artists using these. You can use these for just soloing, for all sorts of bits. Now I use them for identifying where I'm at on the fretboard oftentimes. So that works real nice on the 6th and 5th frets, or 6th and 5th strings. Now when we go to the 4th and 3rd strings, we have to change one little thing up. We go down 2 strings, so in this case here, this is a G. How do I know that so quickly? Because I literally am using what I'm telling you. Is I went backwards now with my springboards. I know this is a G because this is a G right underneath it, and so if I'm tuning my guitar, I'm tuning that 5th fret on this string here to the G string. Okay, so from the 4th string, 5th fret, and the 3rd string, they're both G's. That's one way I can figure it out. The other way I can do it is I can go back 2 frets and up 2 strings, and there, those are my G's, okay? But now if I want to go up further, here's my G, okay? And what I'm going to do is go down 2 strings, 1, 2, up 3 frets, 1, 2, 3, that should be a G. All G's. Pretty cool, right? And this one, movable. Same thing with the 4th and 3rd string. So here on the 3rd string, I'm going to play this note, which is a C. I know it off the top of my head, not because I know it or have it memorized. No guitar players typically have these memorized. Even the best guitar players, they use association because, and people don't believe me, but I say, if you just took a shot of this fret, does that fret look any different than that fret or this fret? It doesn't. If you had the camera right in on it, you would need association. You would need these 2 notes, or you'd have to have a fret marker or some sort of association to be able to tell what fret you were on. So, but there is none. It's not like they're numbered. So you're using association. Every guitar player uses association. So just understand that the reason I'm able to come up with that as a C very quickly is that I can go backwards and find my C just like I did with the G just now. So here's my C. If I want to find the octave up, I'm going to go down 2 strings and up 3 frets. There's my C. Easy, right? Cool? All right, now those are movable springboards. Mike, can you show us that picture of those movable springboards if we have one? I think we do. That's it. Yeah, sure it is. There it is. Okay, so just now, if you want to take a snapshot of the screen, for those of you that are just defiant and just don't ever want to download a PDF because you think it's a trick or something, I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't, but if you don't want to, there you go. That's a perfect time to take a snapshot of the screen right now. Okay? those little arrows that tell you how to get to the octaves, and you're seeing 2 that are right here, and then you're seeing 2 that are right here. There's a bonus in there as well, this guy over here, and I explain that in the PDF, okay? This is just a diagram right now. I didn't want to cover up everything else, so you just get the diagram here, but you got the full PDF available to you. Cool? Rock and roll. Okay, thank you so much, Mike. Perfect. All right, and we, friends, are on schedule. Beautiful. Sure we are. Okay. In fact, we're a little bit ahead of time, and that's cool. I keep being tempted to drink water, but I know that's a bad idea when I'm sitting here for 4 hours. All right. Do we have? Well, we need to give them a few minutes yet. Let's give them. We'll keep on target. We're gonna go another 5 minutes here, and may I tell you what? Just for kicks and giggles, maybe I'll take one question. If the chat is going a bazillion miles per hour. If I miss any donations, guys, let me know too. I see a couple of them came in. For friends that are donating during this right now, thank you so much. Ironman69, so appreciate that. Justin LeBlanc, thank you so much. If I missed anybody else, I apologize. I'm just not looking at that currently right now, but thank you so much for the donations. It really helps because, and I have to say it right now, thank you so much to Mike. Thank you so much to Emmy. Thank you so much to Cole for being here on their Saturdays, right? Thank you to my wife and my kid for, because we're going camping today, and we were going to go camping last night, but we had this broadcast because I wanted to be here with you guys, and I wanted to show you this stuff. I know it's important. I know you need it right now. So thank you for everybody who was part of this today. There's absolutely no way I could do this by myself. Okay, so let's get to one question here really quickly. And yeah, and we'll go. Okay, Rafid is saying, why do you not go 12 frets up on the same string to find the octave? You can, Rafid. And in fact, that was maybe one that I didn't show you. Yes, I was going to. So Rafid, thank you so much for reminding me. That was the other movable springboard that I was going to mention. That was number 2. I said there was 1. But I didn't give you number 2. So Rafid, thank you so much. Beautiful question. So yes, the other movable bit is this. Anything that you play in one part of the neck, if there are 12 frets up from that, you can play the same exact thing and you will just be 1 octave up. I'll say it again. Any note that you play down here, you could go up 12 frets and play the same exact thing, and you're going to get the same exact note, or you're going to get the same named note. It'll be 1 octave up. Let me give you an example. Here's a G. So if I want to find a G, just like with the open, the 0 fret, I could come to the 12th fret and find the same name, right? Well, it works the same way here. If I'm at the 3rd fret, I could come up to the 15th fret and find a G, because I just added 12. 3 plus 12 is 15. If I'm at the 15th fret, or I'm at the 5th fret of the 5th string, then I just add 12 to it, go to the 17th fret, and that's another D. Easy enough. So everything works like that. If I want to play a minor chord here, I could come up here and play an A minor chord. If I wanted to play a C chord right here, I could play up an octave and play a C major chord. Okay. Does not matter what you do, as long as you add 12 to it, you go up here, 12 frets up, you're going to have that as well. Make sense? All right, good stuff. Okay, maybe I'll get one other question. Jason says, I'm finally catching on 2 years later. I love it, Jason. I love that you keep going. That's what it takes. It just takes to keep going. It's when you quit is when it's defeated you, right? All right, good. How can I learn new licks? Brad, learn new licks. That's how you learn new licks. You take a lick and you learn it. Whether it's by ear, or you're reading tablature, or you're watching one of my videos, or you're watching somebody else's videos, you learn the lick. You watch, you take the time, you digest it, you figure it out very slowly or very quickly, whatever it takes. But the fastest runners in the world, right? Usually Kenyans. That's just true. It's just true. You just go to Boston and the Kenyans always win. They always got the yellow shoes. It's just true. Anyhow, what was I even saying? Oh yeah, these guys when they first started walking were tripping all over themselves. Would you believe that? They were tripping all over themselves. They could barely walk. Because no one can walk in the beginning. It takes time. So it doesn't matter whether you're Hendrix or whether you're the guy who just won the Boston Marathon. It doesn't matter who it is. When you're first doing something at first, you're going to be awkward at it and you're not going to be good at it. You know, what you do one or two times, you're just going to be not good at. The things you do many times, you're going to be great at. Okay? All right, Emmy, are we ready for that Facebook winner before we continue?
Yes.
Sweet. All right. Emmy, tell them what they've won.
Hi guys, great to see you all today. So the winner of the ebook bundle on Facebook is Tammy Shepard. So Tammy Shepard, if you're in the chat, say hi in the chat, and then I will be in touch with you in the next day or two over Facebook DM. We'll get all your information and we'll get that ebook bundle on the way to you. So thank you guys so much for entering, and thank you, Tammy.
Thank you, Em. Beautiful. Okay, sweet. All right. All right, we're moving on to part 2, friends, really quickly. If you're watching on YouTube, perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. We've changed this now to where we can access our friends in YouTube and get to that chat and everything else. However, if you're just watching on YouTube, you're missing out on a couple things. I'll let you be the judge. I don't care. You could be wherever you want. I'll be able to get to your questions in either way. But the very first link below the YouTube video will send you to our web page, which has everything that you're seeing right here on YouTube, but built into that web page. But what else is there for you that's not on YouTube is the PDF. There's a PDF. We're putting some of these diagrams on the screen here, but it's the PDF that's absolutely going to be the nail in the coffin for you. That's a terrible term, but I guess that's Jesus. It's going to be what is it? It's the thing that's going to make this open up for you, is what I should say. It's literally the key that's going to unlock it for you. I can talk all day long about this stuff and show you, but when you see it on that diagram, it makes all the difference in the world. You can get that PDF. We're going to put diagrams on the screen here, and that's great, but you don't have the descriptions and you don't have it for later. So get that PDF, the very first link below on YouTube here. If you click that, you'll be able to join the chat over there. There's no limit. You can do everything that you're doing on YouTube right now, but you'll have access to the PDF and all the massive offers that we're doing today, including new swag, including the pedal, including okay, so lots of stuff. Okay. All right. What else? Is there anything else before I move on? I don't think so. We're going to do another giveaway in a half hour. That's going to be the massive giveaway for those that registered for this. Now, if you haven't registered, if you didn't register for this, because we've been talking about this for 2 weeks straight, okay? If you did not register for this, that's okay. There's still lots of ways to win today. But we'll be announcing the winners of the guitars, the UGS lifetimes, and all the rest of that in just a few minutes, okay? I got lots to cover here, so I got to keep going. In fact, jeez, I was supposed to cover a lot more. Oh boy, this is going to be hard. Okay, we're going to do it. Okay, here we go. Let's talk about, jeez, is that all I talked about in that first half hour? Dear Lord in heaven, I'm going to have to run with this one. All right, let's talk about sister chords. Here we go. So now, sister chords. This is basically a phenomenon that happens on the fretboard, and it will assist you in unlocking more chords. It will assist you in unlocking more notes. It's a phenomenon that I discovered after like 35 years of playing guitar. Never read it in a book, never had a guitar teacher tell me it, never seen it in a lesson series. It's just something I stumbled across myself. Once you see it, you'll go, oh my gosh, that's been there all along. No one taught me that either, Eric. Well, I'm teaching it to you today. It's really cool stuff, okay? This works on any string, and basically will give you instant access to the most used and stable notes, as well as will give you another understanding of how chords work on the neck, okay? Here is the concept. We have a scale, and it goes like this. That's a major, what we call the major scale. If you don't know about that, make sure that you get in the Unstoppable Guitar System Standard. I give that to you for free to understand all that, okay? A lot of this stuff, we can't start from baby steps every time. You've got to come along for the ride. You got to do the work. Major scale, I teach it in UGS Standard, which I give you for free today, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. There are chords associated with each one of these notes, diatonically speaking, or that according to the major scale, which is our de facto benchmark for everything that we measure. Here are the notes. G, and for G major, it's G, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp, G. You don't have to memorize this, just showing you. And the chords that are represented for that are G major, A minor, B minor, C major, D major, E minor, F sharp diminished, and then back to G. Now here's a phenomenon that I want to show you. Here's a 1 chord. Here's our 1 chord right there. Here's our major, minor, minor, major, major. Okay, now let me show you something really cool about this. Basically, this sister chords, this is something I've come up with as well. You're not going to find this on the internet, I don't think. If you do, it'll be me. What I call sister chords or relative major and minor chords is that for every major chord, you will find a chord that's minor 3 half steps behind it. 1, 2, 3. So here's an E minor chord that fits naturally in the scheme of music. So here's G major, and we go 3 half steps down, 1, 2, 3. We'll have an E minor chord, and that naturally appears in the key of G major. They also happen to share 2 of the same notes. Here's 3 notes, here's 3 notes, and they share 2 notes. Okay, which are great substitutions, by the way. If we go up to the 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, this is a major chord. If we go 3 half steps below it, 1, 2, 3, we got the 2 minor. And that naturally appears 100% of the time for every major key, since the beginning of time to the end of time, amen. Major 4, 1, 2, 3, minor 2. If we go to the major 5, we go 3 half steps down, 1, 2, 3. We have the 3 minor. Every single time in every single key from the beginning of time to the end of time, amen. That's the way it works. So we could do it reverse as well. If we were on the 6 minor, we could go up 3 half steps, 1, 2, 3, and we have our G major. If we start on the 2 minor, we could go up 3 half steps, 1, 2, 3, and there's a major chord that magically appears. These are ones that naturally appear in all the songs that you know and love, or 99% of them at least, okay? Here's a 3 minor. If we go up 3 half steps from that, 1, 2, 3, we'll find our 5 chord, okay? This happens for every single major key, okay? Any single major chord that you play, go 3 half steps down, you'll find a minor equivalent. Sister chord, related, major and minor. They share two notes that are the same. That's also useful for songwriting, transcribing songs, lots of things, okay? Super important. Now, something else that's very important, in fact, let me show you this diagram here really quickly. And Mike, this would be the sister chords one. Now, this is going to take some time to understand, but this is something that literally I was laying in bed, where most of my ideas just come where I'm like falling asleep, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that pattern appears here, and it appears there, and it appears there. Wait a minute, that pattern I think appears 3 different times. Wake up in the middle of the night, go grab my guitar, test out my theory, and then voila, this is what we have. So what you're looking at right here is really only 7 notes, okay? 7 notes, but repeated. Many of you know this. For those of you that know it, say yes. So for the other folks, they know that it's not me just selling snake oil. This is for real. These are just 7 notes. It's the same 7 notes. In the key of G, it's G, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp, G. That's it, okay? And we just have repeats of all this. So every single note on there is that. It's either a G, an A, B, C, D, E, F sharp. That's it, 7 notes. But I have them laid out all over the fretboard so that you could play it anywhere that you wanted. Now, if you notice this this blue bit here, and then the purple bit, and then the mustard color bit here. It's the exact same pattern. Just observe it for a moment. It's the exact same pattern. This phenomenon appears in every single major key on the fretboard on the guitar. Every single one. And it appears several different times. This is just one that I'm showing you, but there's other ones that appear as well. This is number one. Okay? Now, why is this helpful? Well, it's really helpful because any single time that you're playing a major chord or any single time that you're playing a minor chord, you will know about the major notes that are also associated with it that I just taught you about. Anytime that you're playing a major chord, you will know the minor notes that are associated with it because I just showed them to you, and they're there every single time. Okay? So, if we were to, now, did I say this might be in the key of, I'm sorry, I'm squinting here, but no, that's in the key of G for sure. Yeah, yep. So, essentially here, and we're not going to go into a lot of detail because I have so much more to show you here and we're running out of time. But essentially, you'll notice in this first section there, I'm playing some of those blue notes, okay? I'm playing something to play what appears to be a C major chord, okay? I'm playing that form. Then I can play the A minor form. And that's going to be, that's all the blue notes there that you just saw. Many of them are covered by those two forms right there. And we could do that, the same thing for the purple area. And then we could do that again for the mustard area. Now, why, again, is that important? Because the more that you know on stuff like this, the more, like one thing is going to connect with you today, and then for somebody else it won't connect today, but tomorrow it will. And all of these things together, it's kind of like looking at a statue in the middle of a room. If you're looking at it from one angle, you might see certain things, but if you start walking around it and start appreciating all the lighting and the shading of the way the artist created the eyebrows and stuff like that, you're going to have an entirely different picture of what it is that you're looking at as opposed to this one straight shot. Okay? If you start walking around it, that's what we're doing, is we're just examining. Don't be afraid. It's just many different views to music, and this is just one of them. It's true, and it will help, but don't be overwhelmed. It's not like you have to know this. It's just more information that will help you, okay? So this is what I call sister chords. If you want more information about this, Cole, is the course still available to them?
Yes.
It will be?
The page will change in the next couple of hours, but we're going to keep it open until the end of the month.
Till the end of the month. Beautiful. Okay. So would they go to the same link?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. So the same link that we've been letting you guys know about, if you have not taken advantage of the Dominate the Fretboard course that we're also giving you for free today, then take advantage of it, okay? And is that also available on our page? No, probably not. Probably the other way they could get a hold of it. It's on all my social media. You can get it there, friends. But nonetheless, I go into more detail. So if this kind of went over your head, then check that out. Okay, these other two, this next one's going to be pretty quick. Thank you for that, Mike. This next one's going to be pretty quick, but before we do that, I'm going to be letting you know about the next giveaway that we're going to be doing. So I have two other things to show you, the L7, and then I've got the caged system that I'm going to show you, and then we're going to be doing more giveaways, okay? So now this next one, oh, I don't have to do anything for that one. We've done that. You guys have entered that. That's the guitars that we're giving away in 15 minutes, okay? Ooh, thousands and thousands of dollars worth of goodies we're going to give away. I'm very, very excited. Okay, here we go. Let's talk about what I call the L7 trick, and then we're going to talk about the caged system, okay? So the L7 trick is basically instantly knowing where your diatonic chords are at, where your major and minor chords are at in any key instantly, okay? This works for every key. and gives you instant access to the root of the chord and gives you instant access to the flavor of the chord, major, minor, or diminished, okay? This is helpful. Why is this helpful? It's helpful for songwriting. It's helpful for transcribing songs. It's helpful for learning songs by ear. You know, I've seen people do this where they literally just start stabbing away at notes. Is it this note? Is it this note? What am I hearing? Is it this note? Is it this note? Is it this note? Is it this note? This note? This note? Dear Lord, friend, like there has to be some sort of pattern that we work from, or you're going to be doing this. You're going to be doing that all day long. Then, how about finding a chord on top of that? It could be major, minor, seventh, augmented, diminished. It could be anything, right? Well, here's the deal. 98% of the time, the chords that you're hearing are major or minor. Have you ever heard of Pareto's rule? Pareto, apparently a very wise man, because he said, if you learn the right 20% of the stuff, you'll be able to yield 80% of the job. You know the right 20%, you focus your mind on the right 20%, you will yield 80% of the job. When it comes to music theory and stuff like this on guitar, it's more, in my opinion, it's more like 5% or 10% and 90% or 95%. It's literally, you don't have to know a ton, but the stuff that you do need to know, you really need to know that, and you gotta stop ignoring it. That's me. This is your wake-up call saying, don't ignore that stuff anymore. Learn this stuff, and you will massively help yourself out. You're going to save yourself time. You think it's going to waste your time learning it. It's going to save you time, okay? So, sorry, got into preach mode there. So you got to know this stuff. Now what I'm going to show you here is what I call the L7. We call it the major minor 69er because basically it shows you where all the major chords are, all the minor chords are, and it looks like a 6 and a 9 or a Pisces or a yin yang or an L7 is what we came up with, okay? So it has that look to it. And once you see it, you'll never be able to unsee it. You'll be able to know where all your major chords are at and all your minor chords instantly in any key. I'm not joshing you. Watch this. Mike, let's start with the diagram, and then I'm going to show them this in real time, okay? Now, check this out. Now, I did this in the key of A. Forget about that gray box. That's just, I messed something up there. Don't worry about that. Okay, so check this out. Look on the 5th fret, the green dot that's on the far left at the bottom. Put your eyes on it. Now notice the note right below it, it's a 4. And notice the green note to the right of that, it's a 5. That's the 1, 4, 5. Okay? Those are the most used chords in the history of the earth, since the beginning of time to the end of time, amen. They're the most used chords. So it's really nice now that you have access to those instantly in any key, because they appear the same way every single time. If I want to play a song, keep it up, Mike. If I want to play, that's 1, 4, 5. You've heard that chord progression a million times, right? Or you've heard all that, right? The blues, that's all based off of 1, 4, 5. And that's what you see there with those 3 notes. That's where our bass note's going to be found. And those green notes denote that they are major chords, okay? Then you see the little red there that appears, right? You see a 2, a 3, and a 6. These are our minor chords. This is how this appears every single time, friends. Are you paying attention? I hope so, because this is gold here. Again, didn't discover this until just a few years ago that I observed it. Of course, I had seen it a million times. I played across it, so have you. Nothing's changed. It's kind of like what's happening in the universe right now. There are things that have always been happening, but now we're just seeing them. Okay? So that is truly revelation knowledge right there. It's always been before us, but we just haven't observed it. I haven't, and I've looked at the guitar every which way to Sunday. So, now, you might be saying to yourself, but Eric, there's only 6 notes there. There is a 7th note, and you're right. It's the 7th scale degree. It's only a half step behind the 1, so it's really easy to follow, and that is your diminished chord. Now, with that being said, Mike, you can take that image away, and I'll go ahead and show you exactly what I mean by this. Thank you so much.
Let me just put it here.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay, good.
were complaining they couldn't see their hands. And I don't know.
Thank you. All right, so we can do this for any key. Doesn't matter. If we're in the key of A, we sit our 4s right underneath it. Here's our 1, here's our 4, and we sit our 5 as a whole step up from that. So here's a major chord, major chord, major chord, and back to our. If we wanted the minor chords, we got the 2, the 3, and the 6. See how those sound nice? All that works together. Every single time. Now we said the one chord that we needed here was this half step below. That's the diminished chord, okay? We can do this for absolutely any key. That's all we can talk about. I've run out of time. If I'm going to stay on schedule, I'm giving everything necessary to you for you guys to get this. It just may mean that you've got to look at a PDF. It may mean that you need to, dear God, watch a video that I'm giving to you for free, right? It may mean you do that, but it means that you're going to learn this stuff, okay? So watch the whole bit about the L7. It's in the course. Pretty sure it's in the course that Dominate the Fretboard that I'm giving you. Let's talk about the cage system really quick. I've taught this a bazillion times, but friends, this is a killer. You got to know this. It's magical. Let me tell you it in a nutshell because we have about 9 minutes before we do the giveaway here, okay? 9 minutes. There are 5 chords, 5 major chords that naturally appear in the open position. What I mean by the open position, meaning they're not bar chords, they're chords that we just play. Cowboy chords, chords like the C major, A major, G major, E major, D major. There's 5 and 5 only. Trust me, there's 5. F doesn't count, it's not open, it's a bar chord, and it's based off of the E form. So we're talking about 5 basic forms. C major, A major, G major, E major, D major. C-A-G-E-D spells the word caged. Now, the cool thing about this is, what this system does is it allows you to know the chords all across the fretboard in any key, 5 different versions of this. You can do it for major chords, minor chords, 7th chords, any chord, doesn't matter. I deep dive into the UGS in Unstoppable Guitar System. I deep dive into that. What I'm going to be showing you is just the major ones today, because that's going to be enough for you. If you don't know what the cage system is, this is going to be plenty for you. Your head's going to blow. Okay, but you can do it with minor chords, 7th chords, the whole enchilada, and I do inside the course. Okay, so what the cage system says is you can take these 5 forms and you can play them across the neck to give you 5 forms of the same chord. What do I mean by 5 forms of the same chord? Because this is a C chord, so is this, so is this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. These are all C chords, okay? But they all sound slightly different. So you might say, well, then they're not the same, Eric. Really? Have you had Wendy's chili? Hopefully not recently, because if so, well, don't eat it. But chili, if you eat it at Wendy's, that's one thing. If you eat it from the guy, the fireman down the street, that's another thing. If it's your grandma's chili, it's a whole nother thing. But they're all chili, aren't they? Yeah, they are. So this is a C chord, C chord, C chord, C chord, C chord. These are all C chords, but they're C chords because of their ingredients, because of the note ingredients that's in them, right? C, E, G makes up a C chord. So any combination of C, E, G makes up a C chord. But we're able to play, this phenomenon happens because we're just playing all these different forms, these different shapes that we've worked up to create the C chord in all these different forms. And you thought it was just right here. Nope, it's all over the fretboard. Now we can do this for any chord, doesn't matter. Check this out. When we're saying a C chord, we're saying chords that have a C, E, G in them, and that's it. So this is a C chord with a C shape. We're used to that being a C shape because it looks like a C shape. If I move this C shape up here, it'd be a C shape, but it's not a C chord anymore because we're moving the notes. Make sense? Yes. So, but if I wanted to play it right here, this is what we call the A shape, because it looks like an A chord, but we're moving it up here based off of that C major chord, that C major bass note. If I moved it to here, this would be G major. I'm sorry, this would be C major, but it's the G major shape. Now, you don't have to actually play these shapes. You just have to know where they're at on the neck. Over time, you'll be able to master these, but don't expect that you're going to get it at first, okay? It's okay. I didn't, for sure. There's no one that did. So just understand the shapes. They'll come to you. And most of the time, I don't play the full shape anyhow. I might just play the top part, you know, like that. You know? There you go. That was good enough for Paige right there. He played that G major. He didn't have to play this. He just played... right? So C major shape, C major, or C major chord, C major shape. C major chord, A major shape. C major chord, G major shape. C major chord, E major shape, because it looks like E major. C major chord, D major shape, because it looks like our D chord. Okay? Now, let me show you this diagram. I know that was like hooking you up to the fire hose type of learning there, but we got to do it. And you have more lessons for you that I've given to you in the Dominate the Fretboard course. Okay, so let's take a look at this diagram and watch this. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Similar to the other one that we just did, this is the key of C. So these are all the notes in the key of C. It's only 7 notes, friends. I know that looks like rocket science, but I can promise you it's not. It's all the key of C. No sharps, no flats. If we were playing the piano, none of the black keys, all the white keys. That's the key of C. That's why so many songs are written in the key of C. It's because it's easy for kids to play. Key of G is the next one. It only has 1 sharp in it. But here we go. This is C, D, E, F, G, A, B. No sharps or flats. And those are all the notes that you see on the fretboard there. And look, what magically appears, you see that purple over there? That's a C chord with the C shape. And notice that there are only 1s and 3s and 5s. If you notice the colors that appear here, there are only 1s and 3s and 5s. Because when we're playing a C major chord, we're taking the 1 out of the scale, we're taking the 3, and we're taking the 5. And if we put those 3 together, we have a C major chord. And if we add more 1s and 3s and 5s, we get bigger chords. And if we add them in different places, we get different shapes. But they're still the same chord, okay? And that's what we got going on there. So that purple shape there is the C major shape. And then you see, and now notice there's some that have 2 colors. It's because they share the same note. That's it. Don't get freaked out about it. Just focus on the 1 color. So we got purple. That's a C major shape. That next shape is the A major shape. Okay, the blue there, starting on the 3rd fret. Again, don't worry if you cannot physically play the chord. That's not the issue right now. What we want to do is conceptualize. I want you to go, no crap. I wanted to cuss there, but it's a kid show. No joke. That guy is not lying. This is making sense. That's the first thing we need to have happen. Then eventually you'll start being able to play these chords. But this is going to crack this open for you, and you're going to be able to do this with anything, okay? In any key, doesn't matter. Okay, so there's the A shape, and then we move on to that light green color. That's the G shape. Sweet, huh? Right? Again, you're not going to play the whole form, but it's good to know where it's at. And then that mustard colored is the E major shape, okay? That's the E major shape. And then we have that purple, and that's the D major shape, okay? And so, because of that, we're able to play that chord all across the fretboard. Now, inside of UGS Pro, which we're getting ready to give 5 of those away right now. We're getting ready to give 5 of those away. I teach this for the major scale. I teach it for major chords, minor chords, 7th chords. I may even go past that. I'm not sure. Major 7th chords. I'm not sure. Minor 7th chords. I think I do all those. So literally instant access to them. Okay, take a snapshot of this screen if you're so defiant that you're not going to download the PDF for free. It's free, friends. Might as well download it. Otherwise, for those defiant, go ahead, just take a picture. Did you get it? Did you get it? Okay, cool. All right, it's good. So now you got it. But for those that have the PDF, it's there for you, plus the description and everything else. The other people who just took the snapshot, they're going to be wishing that they had that PDF because it's got the description that describes everything for you. The description that describes. Okay, so very first link below this video is going to give you access to the PDF. It's going to give you access to all the offers, yeah? All the offers that we have today and a bunch of other things. In fact, let's do that. Let's talk about the offers really quickly, and then we're going to do the giveaways, okay? I might be missing some of these, hence why it's really important that you go to that screen and at least check it out. It's not like you got to buy anything. If you want to, it's there for you. But I'm probably forgetting something because there's lots of details that go into doing a production like this, okay? Okay, here it is. $100 off of the lifetime membership. It's literally $197 for the lifetime membership. Now, let me tell you this also, friends. We've kept it at this super low price for a long time, a very long time. Back when there was only a few hundred videos in this program. Now there's well over 1,000 lessons in here, plus everything else that we do, like going live 3 times a month for just UGS members, plus the jam tracks that we've got in there, over 600 jam tracks. I could go on and on and on about it. I'm not going to. You know about the Unstoppable Guitar System. If you don't, friend, you at least need to get into UGS Standard at the very minimum, and that's free. YourGuitarStage.com/30. Okay, it's $100 off right now, which makes it $197. But at the beginning of the year, the beginning of this next year, 2021, it's going to go way up. The price of UGS is going way up. I'm saying it's going to be sub $1,000, but it's literally going to be just a little bit under $1,000. I'm not joking. This is not a test, and I'm not joking. It's going to be very expensive because we're giving so much away at this point here. It's just kind of ridiculous. So if you've been thinking about getting into the lifetime membership, now is the time to do it because not only are you getting $100 off, it's going way up in 2021, okay? That being said, the very first link below will give you access to all of these links that I'm talking about, okay? Very first link below. Be looking out from a link from Cole as well. He'll drop that in the chat. Other offers that we're doing the giveaway in just 1 second here. 50% off of 365. 50%. 50% off of the ebook bundle. 50% on all our other standalone courses. How to practice guitar, how to fingerpick guitar, fingerpicking guitar, etc., etc. Lots of other giveaways. I know, I'm pretty sure that we've got going on. Let me see. Yeah, fingerstyle 365. No, I think that's it. Right? Yeah, pretty sure. We also have lots of merch. I'll be telling you more about that in just a minute, but we've got trucker hats, we've got bibs, we've got, what's that? Coasters. We've got lots of stuff, but I don't want to waste your time. You can check out the links that we'll be dropping here, okay? What else? That's it. We're gonna do the giveaways right now. Does Emmy need to be here for the giveaways? I don't think so. Huh?
Let's wait a second.
Okay. Okay. We're waiting for Emmy, and I'm gonna be doing these giveaways here, but we may need her in here for just a moment. So hang in there. We're gonna do these giveaways, and then we have a lot of other giveaways. But essentially, our lesson is done. But hang in because you might have won something here, and I'm going to tell you about all these other giveaways that we're doing for the next 3 hours. You can leave. I don't want you to because we got lots of other fun stuff that we're going to be giving away. But don't do that. Don't go away, okay? I'm going to get to a question or two while we're waiting for M. I'm going to get to a question or two, and then we're going to do the giveaways. And this is for Epiphone PR150, all the merch, the Epiphone Dot, the Katana amp, the UGS lifetime memberships, the merchandise bundles, a ton of stuff, okay? But we ain't done with the giveaways. This is going to be, I think we're going to be giving away more stuff than ever before. Dear Lord, that chat is flying, and I do see another donation here. Peter Philippines, thank you so much, friend. So kind. Beautiful. Okay, I'm waiting for this thing to chill out here. And, oh, Lee, thank you, brother. Thank you so much for the donation. So kind. Oh, thank you, Bob. I've been a member for 2 months, and the value is clear. At the price of $10 a month, it's a bargain. We do have a $10 model, by the way. We have a $19 a month model. We have a $10 model. Why wouldn't I go with the $10 a month model? Why don't you? It's a great model. There's some things that the $19 doesn't have, but nonetheless, it's available to you. Okay? What's that?
Isn't it 5?
Is it? Is it even? Is it? Are we selling my course for $5, Mike?
Well, you're giving them free, so.
Jeez. Okay, I take that back. It's $5 a month. It's not $10 a month. So we are literally giving the course away for $5 a month. Who did I approve this? All right, and we're doing some giveaways here. All right, here they are, friends. Are you ready? These were handed to me just right before the broadcast here. And we're working our way backwards. So these are lifetime memberships. Brent, thank you so much for the donation, brother. So kind. Woo! All right. So 3 lifetime memberships to the Unstoppable Guitar System. That's the first ones. Okay. Here they are. The first one is, am I missing anything, Cole? Emmy?
These are lifetimes?
These are lifetimes.
And you're naming 3 of them?
Yep.
Yep.
Cool. All right, number. This is the 5th winner here. This is Temperance Dunson. Temperance Dunson, and we will
Email and reach out.
we will email you guys and reach out to you, okay? Because we obviously have your email. Hugo Carlson. Hugo Carlson, congratulations. Now, by the way, friends, they're winning this package that we normally sell for $297. Again, this is going way up in 2021, okay? Way up. They're winning the whole enchilada. 365, UGS, how to fingerpick guitar, all the live lessons from me that are private, the whole 9 yards, okay? This is available to anybody, but these folks are winning it today. Number 3 is Mark Anderson. Mark, congratulations, friend. Mark Anderson, Hugo Carlson, Temperance Dunson are our 3 winners for UGS. Are you nervous? Here we go. It's coming. Now, what we're calling the second place, or I guess we'll call it first place, and then we have a grand prize winner, or second place and first place, whatever you want to call it. It goes like this. This next giveaway is going to win the Epiphone PR150, lifetime membership to UGS, and all the UGS swag, okay? Pretty cool. I don't even know who this is. Ooh, there's money in it. It's not. All right, here we go. Here we go. Drum roll. Do we have a drum roll? Rodney Lax. Rodney, congratulations, brother. Rodney Lax. Woo! Get that confetti out of here. Rodney, we will be reaching out to you, buddy. Congratulations. That is on the PR150 lifetime membership to UGS, and this is our first place, or our grand prize winner. You ready? You guys ready? You guys ready? You guys ready? Oh man, this guitar plays like Bob coming in hot with a $50 donation. Bob, thank you so much, brother. So very kind of you. Bob's the winner. I'm joking. It might be. I don't know. I'm joking. Maybe. I don't know. But Bob, thank you so much. This is a badass guitar, and Greg Ellis just set it up for me, and it plays like a rock star. So there you go. Okay, you ready? Here it is. It's right here. It's right here. Pam Sear. Pam Sear from Scottsdale, Arizona. Pam Sear. Congratulations, Pam. You win the Epiphone lifetime membership to UGS. Friends, don't go away. We've got an insane amount of giveaways still, okay? You can go if you want, but I'd prefer you not. I'd prefer you enjoying the show, because now's the time where I can relax, I can get to your questions, I can tell you about the pedal, I can tell you about the merch that we have, I can answer your questions in real time. We're gonna have a blast with this, okay? Now, hang in there just one second. because we're going to do another giveaway here, and I'm going to tell you about it right now, then we're getting to some questions, okay? So for everybody that joined today, if you have to go now, I totally understand. I love you. Thank you so much for being here. This will be recorded so you can watch it over again. Don't forget to download the PDF. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just saying for those that have to go. I'm here another 3 hours with you guys. Very first link below will give you access to the PDF that was available for today's broadcast. Okay, so check that out. And we'll give you access to the page with all the offers today because I probably missed some stuff. It's also going to give you access to the swag. Check out the swag, man. It's cool. Like the stuff that we got, like we got these hats in and this stuff's embroidered on here. It's badass. It really is. Cole, you did a great job on that, man. Great freaking job on that. Okay, here we go. He embroidered that. He was sitting here this morning, just sitting there, just knitting. Just each one, just going to town. All right, so we're going to do Instagram giveaway. This means you're going to go to our Instagram page. I think we'll probably drop a link for that, but nonetheless, if you go to my Instagram page, the very most recent post that I put up there, what you want to do is follow me on Instagram, comment, and share. Follow, comment, and share, and then at 12:30, Emmy's going to tell us who won. Comment, follow, share. You can do hashtag DOT if you want. And this is to win the hat. This is to win your Guitar Stage hat. These are seriously badass. Like I'm not a hat wearer. I'm going to be wearing that, okay? I'm going camping right after this. I'm going to be wearing that with my flannel. Yeah. All right. All right, 12:30, we're going to do a giveaway. Let's get to some questions, shall we? Am I missing anything, guys? Yell at me if I have. I'm dare gonna take a little sip here because I'm thirsty. Just a tiny sip. What's up, Sue Gates? All right. I see Sue in here. All right. The chat is starting to calm down a little bit. All right, I'm ready for your questions. Oh, friends, yes, if you would, while I'm waiting for the first question, please like this video right now if you haven't, because I know there are thousands that signed up for this. I think we had like over 10,000 folks sign up for this, so I know there's a few of you in here. Okay, can we have a 10-minute break? Yes, you can take a 10-minute break, but I'll continue to go here. What was I going to say? I don't know what I was going to say. I was going to say something. All right, somebody's saying, what's the difference between UGS and 365? He said lifetime and 365. 365 is lifetime as well, but here's how it's going to go. I have a video for this. If you search UGS 365, if you search that on YouTube, you're going to get more detail than what I'm giving you right now, but here's how it's going to go. 365 is a workout for your hand, okay? 7 different areas of focus. Things like finger picking, scales, angular picking, alternate picking, sweep picking, that sort of thing. Hammer-ons, pull-offs. We have a focus day each day of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Every day has a certain focus, like maybe Friday would be finger picking, okay? And then every Friday, you would do an exercise on finger picking. Now, I start you off at the very beginning. The very first week is easy. The second week, I turn up the heat just a teeny tiny bit, and I turn up the heat 52 times so that by the end of the year, you are raging in all the necessary areas that you need to on the guitar, okay? This is just for working out. So this is like, forget about learning how to do push-ups and learning how to do all this stuff. This is you doing the push-ups. So you wouldn't want to get into 365 if you haven't been through at least UGS Standard, and I give you that for free, yourguitarstage.com/30, okay? Go through that first, then if you want to get going on the exercises for 365, you can do that, and you'll be great, right? It's awesome. But UGS, Unstoppable Guitar System, which, by the way, if you buy the Unstoppable Guitar System, we're throwing in 365. If you buy 365, it's by itself. If you buy UGS, you get 365 with it. It comes along with it, everything, okay? UGS is me sitting in front of you, teaching you all the stuff about guitar, teaching you about strumming, teaching you about scales, teaching you about improvisation, teaching you about theory, circle of fifths, Travis picking, blues, whatever it is. That's me actually sitting down and teaching you, whereas 365 is, here's the exercise, go, you go, okay? They can be used in tandem. I suggest they be used in tandem. If you're only gonna buy one, well, UGS, again, comes with 365, so get UGS, okay? Plus, you're stealing it today. I'm telling you, wait till 2021, the price is going way up. You will be stealing it today at $197, stealing. Mark my words, it's in 2021, it's going up, okay? So FYI. Okay, what's a good blues chord progression? Della, a good blues chord progression, they're almost always the same. It's 12 bars or 12 measures of music. I have a video for this. If you search Your Guitar Stage 12 bar, you'll find it on YouTube. Your Guitar Stage 12 bar. Otherwise, write this down. It's gonna go like this. Get ready, get a pen out. So if we were in the key of A, it would go one measure of A7, one measure of D7, two measures of A7. Okay, so A7, D7, A7, A7. Then D7, D7, A7, A7. Then the last line would be E7, D7, A7, E7. That's a basic 12-bar blues chord progression, okay? Watch the video that I have for that. It'll help out a ton more than that. You'll be able to see the picture of it and all the rest, okay? All right. Okay. Amazing Eric is saying, Eric, please show how to get super good with the picking hand. Okay, so usually when I see a question like this, what the translation means, how do I get really, I'm assuming here, Eric, it means how do I get as good as I can with my picking hand without doing anything unnecessary? And truth be told, there's only one way to get that way. It's by practice, okay? Is by practice, by repetition, doing it over and over and over again. Nobody in the history of ever on guitar has ever gotten to a place of excellence from this guy showed me that one thing and now I can play. It doesn't work like that. It happens through repetition. It's very fine motor skills that can only be accumulated through doing it over and over and over again. So how do you get super good with picking? By picking. That's the only way to do it. Every time that guitar's in your hands and you're picking, then you're going to be doing something, okay? Exercise number 1, you know, you guys have seen this one before where I talk about the... It's your very first exercise that you might do. Practicing your scales, practicing solos. There's a million things that you could practice, but at the end of the day, practice is the only thing you need to hear out of that, and do it often. I wish I had a different answer for you, but that's the truthful answer. Anything else is a lie. I gave the acoustic away already. I struggle playing bar chords. How to improve? Sai is saying. Sai, what you want to do is you want to watch the effing F chord. That's a video that I have. The reason I'm referring you guys to other videos is I know that you would not want me to spend a half hour or 15 minutes on each one of these questions, correct? Nod your head, yes, right? Yeah. But so I'm giving you the information so that you can grab it and get a more full answer than what I'm giving you right now, and not waste everybody's time, because if someone else is not having a problem with that, right, then we're not wasting their time. So watch the effing F chord, E-F-F-I-N-G, F chord on YouTube. You'll see me, and I'll be teaching you how to do that. Basically, what you're going to do is you're going to break the chord down into 2 and 3 note segments. You're going to get good at those, then you're going to add another note to make it 4, and then another note to make it 5. And this might happen over days, weeks, hours, years. Just depends on how much you're practicing. Friends, thank you so much for these donations today. Kevin Gardner, psyched to be signing up for UGS Lifetime. Beautiful, love it, Kevin. Thank you so much. Rock on, good people.
Jimmy McMullen grabbed a pedal.
What's that?
Jimmy McMullen grabbed a pedal.
Oh, Jimmy McMullen grabbed the first pedal. Beautiful, brother. Thank you so much. I love it. Fantastic. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah, thank you so much for the donations during this time. It really means a lot. Okay. Henry is saying, am I seeing that in the cage system, all of the root notes appear on the 5th, 6th, and 4th strings no matter what form you are playing? Henry, yes, you observed that correctly, and think about it. And you'll notice that the 2 chords that have the 6th string root are right on top of each other. So here's the G form, here's the E form, and they pivot right there on that. Right? They pivot right there off of that. Then when we have the 5th strings, they pivot right off of that. Here's a G, here's the C form, here's the C, the G with the A form. And they're both pivoting off of that note. And then of course, we've got the D form, which has the note on the D string, right? Make sense? Okay, good, excellent. All right, so you've figured that out perfectly. And if you just focus on those bass notes, that's going to help a ton. Okay, if you just focus on those bass notes, then you're going to understand, okay, now I'm going to build the chord off of that. If you're thinking about the whole chord right away, you might get confused. This is all steps. I hear people say all the time, they'll have a guitar teacher that's like, you've got to play all your notes at once. When you go like switching from one chord to the next, like transitions. And it's the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my life, because there is nothing that we do that just happens like that. There's nothing. They're all steps, no matter how close they are to each other, they're steps, right? If you take a foot and you cut it in half, and then you cut it in half, and you cut it in half, and you cut it in half, and you continue to cut it in half, it will become as if my hands are together, but they're not, because if you cut something in half every single time, there's always still space in between it, right? Same thing happens when we're playing, we're doing our transitions, we lay one finger down at a time. We don't lay them all down at one time. You can think that you're doing that, but in fact, if we were to slow it down, one finger is going to be landing on another string faster than another, quicker than another. It's just you're observing, thinking that it's going down all at once. So since we know it's not, let's not lie to ourselves. It's going down one step at a time. Let's learn it that way, and then when you go to play your chords, you'll do it faster and faster, faster. It will appear as if you're just grabbing the chord. But in reality, we know you're not. We know I'm not. It's just happening so quickly that it doesn't matter anymore. Now we're playing the song. Now we're working the crowd. Now we're making money. Now we're making albums. Now we're rock stars. See, that's how it works. So don't worry about that, okay? It'll happen to you. It'll happen for you, okay? Is it better to learn shapes, or is it better to understand the changes to major scale that make it minor, harmonic, etc.? It's good to do both, Simon. At first, you learn the shapes, and then that's good because you have something you can go and you can work with, right? I just got one of these Ferros rods for camping that lets you light fires. I just bought it. I don't know how to use it. I hit it, some sparks fly off. Well, I get on YouTube yesterday and I find out there's all these techniques and these nerds saying, well, this is how you light a fire. And these 20-minute videos on how to light a fire. I can just do this. But at first, you get the thing, you dabble with it, you're uncomfortable with it. That's how the guitar is for everybody. And then with some practice, with lots of practice, you can go on to do anything that you want, but it really is just a matter of learning those forms at first. That's totally fine, Someone is saying, what are the things that one must know first before playing fingerstyle guitar? Joel, great question. Here's really the thing that you need to know, Joel. This is 90% of everything that you need to know. The thumb should take care of strings 6, 5, and 4. Fingers 1, 2, and 3 should take care of strings 3, 2, and 1. So if you take your thumb right now, everybody do this with me right now. Take your thumb, put it on the 6th string. I'll wait. Okay, so there. Thumb is on the 6th string. Your ring finger is on the 1st string. So all the way at the bottom, we pinch. We just pinch like this. So I can not look at the guitar. I could take those 2 fingers and pinch just like this, okay? And now I let my other fingers fall in place. So I put number 2 on the second string, and I put my first finger on the third string. And that's what's called resting position. If you remember that, Joel, if you remember that, and you do your first finger picking exercise, which is just, you could do this. Just a little arpeggio there. Some of you are singing a Metallica song right now. If you do that, then that is 99% of the way you're going to be playing. So that's what I call inventory, finger inventory, and knowing what strings you should be playing. But if you want more on that, search Your Guitar Sage. I tell you what, if you want a lot more on that with a PDF and all the detail, the high detail and stuff, take advantage of the free course that I'm giving you today, yourguitarsage.com/30. By the way, let me just give you a hint in one of the giveaways that are coming up. You have to be a UGS member. But Eric, that's so unfair. Is it? Because I give you the course for free. So it really is not too unfair. Okay? So literally, that is going to be one of the giveaways, is that you have to be a UGS member, and it's coming up. So I'm giving you a little heads up, a little pop quiz, open book. This is how it's going down, kids. Type of test here. So you have to be a UGS member. It's really easy to do. First name, email will get you in. yourguitarsage.com/30. Okay? But in that course, Joel, you're going to find how to play, finger picking, a finger picking exercise, lots of finger picking exercises, but a video there that's going to walk you through this in more detail. Cool? All right. So check that out. That's going to be the best way to learn it, to be quite honest with you. Okay? Okay, 4 minutes, we're going to be doing that Instagram giveaway. Okay? Is that right? Instagram? Sure it is, for the hat. Maybe I should wear my hat. I don't know. I don't want to get too crazy. Maybe I should. I don't know. Now I'm thinking I should wear it. Do I look too much like I'm? Huh?
Too badass.
Too badass? Am I look too badass? Okay.
Clipboard, he looks like a coach.
I look like a coach.
Grab a clipboard.
Cole, how long is the sale going on?
Through the end of the month.
To the end of the month. Okay. There you go. You guys got it. Is that Thursday or Friday or?
The end of the month is
So like the 31st or the 30th?
30th Wednesday.
Okay.
So you have
Boom.
4 days left.
Okay. Here's the deal. The offers that we're doing today, friends, that you can find at the very first link below this video, will be going through the 30th, and then it's done. Door closed. I'm not joking. And UGS is going up a lot. So if you've ever thought about getting in UGS, now is the time to do it. Okay. Does Udemy count for the giveaway? No, you have to be a UGS member, Marty. I want you to see what's inside there, and that's why I give it to you for free. I want you to have a taste of it, because when you do, you're going to be like, Eric, this tastes good. I'd like more, please. And then that's when you can get into UGS Pro or UGS Classic or whatever you want to do. All right? Okay. Tips on muting the strings. 2 minutes, we're doing a giveaway. Tips on how to mute the strings while playing. I'm struggling with playing funk and want to get better. So, Iris, so when we're playing, funk, right? This type of sound, right? That sort of thing. What I'm doing is I only want to play the top 3 strings. So what I'm doing is I'm using my first finger and my second finger as I'm playing, and the tip of my finger is muting the 4th string. So now if I by mistake hit that, now I'm aiming, kind of doing this diagonal thing, right? When we're playing, like when I'm playing, it's like I'm playing diagonally. I'm not playing straight up and down. I'm kind of coming in this way. I'm exaggerating, but that's what we're doing. Right now, I'm just hitting the top 3 strings. Right? So it's this angle bit that's going on. if I am going to hit a string by mistake, I might hit the 4th string. That's why I'm bumping it with the tip of my first finger here. So now I get that nice clean sound, and I'm not hitting 6, 5, or 4. That sounds terrible, right? So we want to mute. So it's an angle, part of an angle, and then part muting. Okay, I have videos for that on YouTube. Search Your Guitar Stage Muting. Right? Obviously, lots of those inside of UGS. Oh, let's do a giveaway. Emmy, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Tell them what they've won, Emmy.
Hi guys. Okay, so the winner of the hat, the winner of the gray hat is going to be Rich Johnson. So Rich, if you're in the chat, say hi, and I will be in touch with you over the next couple of days to get all your info, and we're gonna send that hat your way. So thank you guys for entering, and congrats, Rich.
Woo! Rich, congratulations, brother. Okay, nice. We'll do another announcement for a giveaway in just a minute, okay? I suppose I could do it now. Can I do it now? No? Yeah? I'll give you guys a half hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it now. Let's do it now. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll do another giveaway. So I'm going to give you a half hour now to do something, and then we'll get to the questions, okay? So this next giveaway is for a logo t-shirt. So this guy right here, the one I'm wearing, we have all different sizes. We've got different colors. If you want to check those out, Cole will drop a link for those to the store. But we have all different colors of these and other styles as well, but this is what we call the logo tee, and we'll be giving this away to some lucky winner at 1 o'clock. The way you win this is if you go to my Twitter, we'll drop a link for that as well. If you go to my Twitter and you follow, comment, and share, and if you want to comment, you can just comment, Eric, I love your hat, or hashtag dot if you want, or anything. Just make sure it's on the most recent post, right? But actually, if you put hashtag dot, that will help us know that we're talking about today and you want to win a hat. Okay, so definitely do put hashtag dot. Sorry if I wasn't clearer about that. Okay, and at 1 o'clock we'll be doing that. And again, if you think that that 10,000 people who signed up for this thing are going over to Twitter right now and doing that, they ain't. They ain't, because people are like, I don't know how to get to Twitter. And so they're not going to go to Twitter. And so you're going to win it probably. So head over to Twitter. You would be surprised at sometimes that the people don't respond to these. So if you want to win, that's the way to do it, is to be active. Cool? All right. Let's get to some questions. Yeah, I love these trucker hats. They're super cool. Super cool. All right. But, okay, we got it. Christine Jump, thank you so much for the donation. UGS rocks. Thank you to UGS Pro. I've learned to play and am beginning to compose. I love it. We've had several people in UGS now who are composing, who are writing their own songs. One gal, was it Luann? Luann Brake? Yeah, Luann Brake, one of our UGS members, wrote a song. Went through the How to Write a Song course that I have that's within UGS. UGS is this giant course, but there are also courses within courses, like How to Write a Song. And she went through that. She wrote a song, and they recorded it in Nashville with, I forgot who it was, but it was some famous folks, a band, and one of the names I definitely recognized. And there you go. So it's legit stuff. I learned it all from my songwriting wife. So she's saying, I've learned so much to play and I'm beginning to compose. I have a lot more to learn and look forward to every bit. There is so much in UGS. Beautiful. Thank you, Christine. If you're on the fence, jump on over. You will not regret it. Thank you, Christine. So kind of you. Okay. Noah's asking when the drawing for the guitar is, please. We did that, bud. We did that. Noah's just joining us. Noah, you missed all the good stuff, bruh. Do you often jump around between pentatonic scales and blues scales? I do. Jonathan, this is the way that I think about scales. I jump around between pentatonic, blues, Dorian, Mixolydian. I mean, and people, and I say all the time that I don't play modally. And what I mean by that is I don't think like, oh, I'm in this mode. What I do is I think, okay, here's this chord and it has that one note in there and I'm gonna play that one note. I just dropped a harmonic minor video on YouTube and I talk about that. It's like I'm not thinking harmonic minor the whole time, but when that 7th chord comes up, especially in a minor key, you know, I was playing something in A minor, then once that chord comes up, then I play that. Okay, I'll give you an example here. And in fact, this might be a good time, Mike, if we can show the folks Pro Jam Tracks, because this song would work perfectly for this. So
wanna
you,
show me your screen?
yeah, can we do that?
You can. You're gonna say hi to Emmy for a moment.
Okay.
We'll switch it over.
Okay, that's
We don't have
okay.
Cameras.
That's all right. And so let me tell you, hi Em. She's like, so let me tell you this. And can you do picture in picture too, Mike? or
Hold
no?
on. Here we go. There you go.
Thank you. He's like, calm down, Aaron. Calm down. Okay, so this is literally directly related to the question that I just had. But I wanted to mention this to you guys as well. We have another website that we're working on right now. Yes, I know when you get to it, it says you're scaring me because it's unsecure or whatever. I can promise you I am not in the business of giving people viruses on their computer. That's a terrible way to do business. It's a bare bones website right now, and bare bones websites, that's what they say. You're going to get infected. You're not. There's nothing malicious on this website. ProJamTracks.com is where you can sign up. Now let me tell you, I'll give the pitch here for you in just a moment. But ProJamTracks.com is a brainchild that I've had for a while here, and it's just now getting off the ground. I was thinking about this 7 years ago, trying to develop it and not able to, finally able to do it now. And it goes like this. I love jam tracks. You love jam tracks. Everybody loves jam tracks. What I wanted to do was create a visual jam track where you're seeing the chords go by on the screen, because guitar players, guitar teachers are always talking about playing to the chord, right? Playing on top of the chord. Make sure you're cognizant of what chord's being played, because you'll want to play around those notes. I'm going to show you that in a minute here. I'm going to play for you and show you what you're seeing on the screen here. Part of ProJamTracks.com, there is going to be a premium membership. I'm also going to be putting some on YouTube. In fact, we're dropping 2 of these a week. However, once Pro Jam Tracks opens the doors, there's going to be hundreds of these, eventually thousands. You're going to have songs in every single key, all different styles. It's going to be database driven. It's going to be flippin' awesome, okay? But it's a little bit ways out. You've got them free. You got some free right now, but eventually there's going to be many that live here, okay? So if you want to sign up for that, go to ProJamTracks.com. We'll drop a link for that, okay? Let me show you. Let me go back to the question that somebody said when they said, do you play blues sometime and then pentatonic sometime? And I said, yeah, I do, but I don't think about it like that, okay? So for instance, this right here, let me show you this, and then I'm actually going to play to it. So what Pro Jam Tracks does is, you know, all this here that you're seeing at the bottom is basically the permissible notes, okay, that I can put up there. There's other notes, but these are the ones that are safe, that sound really good. This is blues, pentatonic type playing. So yeah, I bought back and forth between those different scales. But depending on what the chord is that's being played, like for instance, this seventh note right here, I actually play this note for one chord and one chord only. For one chord and one chord only. So I don't really think about it as I'm going to play a scale over that chord, because then it's going to sound like you playing a scale over it. And anybody who knows, who's been improvising for a while or been messing with it, it's like in the beginning it all sounds like scales. So I don't want to be thinking scales, because then I'm just going to, here comes that chord, I'm just going to play through the scale. And I'm going to be like, well, why does it sound like a scale? Because you're playing scales. All right, so we don't want to do that. So I don't like to think that way. So I just like to think, okay, what's that spice note that I need for that chord? Okay, so I'll give you an example here. And first, let me show you how Pro Jam Tracks works, is basically you play it, and the chords go by, and you're going to actually see the chords go by so you know what chords are being played. Now, when this E7 comes up, I'm going to raise my hand, and I'm going to play that little 7th note that you're going to see in there that normally isn't played. It's not going to sound good otherwise, okay? Check this out. Here we go. Okay, so, that over that east, I'm showing you two things. I'm showing you the Pro Jam tracks, but I'm also showing you how I think about this stuff, right? So, like when that E7 chord came up, I threw that one note in there that normally wouldn't sound good for the rest of the chord progression. So this is, I'm showing you a couple different things. Is the way that I'm thinking, the way that you can think. It's not that hard. It takes some time, but you have to be cognizant of what chord is being played. Otherwise, you won't know to play that note during that time. Okay? Make sense? Yeah, sure. I think that's all we need on that, Mike. Thank you.
Hey, Eric, you want to spend a second talking about what we do for veterans?
Oh, indeed. Yes. Is the veterans submission page, is that available? Is it working?
It is, and if they get any kind of bounce back, just know that we get the information and we'll follow up with them.
Okay, cool. All right, so our veterans page is back up, or it should be back up, which is yourguitarstage.com. We'll drop the link in the chat. I believe it's yourguitarstage.com/veterans, but just be looking out for it. So we have to date given away over $500,000 worth of lessons to veterans, to U.S. veterans, okay? We support our veterans here, and they get into the Unstoppable Guitar System for absolutely free. And again, we've done about $500,000 or over $500,000 worth of that now.
Tim Slade just gave us $19. He said, I'm a veteran. I just wanted to give back.
So kind, so kind. Thank you so much for the donation. Who was that?
Tim Slade.
Tim Slade. Thank you, Tim. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Tim. That's super kind. There you go. I see it. Vietnam vet. I have a special place in my heart for Vietnam vet. I was born during that time. I don't know why, but maybe I was, I don't know, maybe in another lifetime. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Do you? I don't. But I don't know. I have a special place in my heart for it for some reason. It was a treacherous time. Tim, thank you so much. Super kind. So we, and Wyatt, thank you for the donation. Helps me decompress. Your lessons help. Beautiful. Thank you so much. So for our veterans, you have access to the Unstoppable Guitar System for free. Go to yourguitarstage.com/veterans. There's a little form there to fill out and submit it to us. Obviously, we vet you, make sure that you are a legitimate U.S. veteran, and then you're in. That's it. There's no jumping through hoops or anything. So we support our veterans. We thank you so much. Mike is a vet. He's a Marine, and he's a badass. Don't mess with Mike. All right, there you go. Thank you so much, Em, for posting that. And all right, let's get to another question. We'll be doing that Twitter giveaway in about 17 minutes here for those that hashtag dot on the most recent post that's on, do we say Twitter? Mm-hmm. Twitter, yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. All right. Where's the link to the PDF file for today? James, glad you asked. The very first link below this video. If you're watching on YouTube right now, the very first link below will bring you to our website, and you can be the same chat, but on our website, and all the offers will be there. We have some amazing offers today. And $100, I think UGS is $197 today, 50% off a lot of the other courses. We've got merch there, we've got the pedal, yada, yada, yada. Tons of stuff, can't tell you all about it. Very first link below will give you access to that and the PDF. Cool? All right. Bob, that may be the reason why I feel that, yes. Okay. All right, getting to another question here. How do chords and scales change when tuned down a half step? Johnny is saying. Johnny, let's think about this for a minute. You're taking a guitar that's in standard tuning and you're tuning it down. So it's going lower in pitch, right? I do this because if I'm holding the guitar like this, right? If I'm tuning the guitar, it's going down in pitch. So if I'm tuning it down, if I tune everything down a half step, Gene, thank you. As a Vietnam vet, thank you for what you do. Thank you, Gene. So kind, bud. Really appreciate that. Thank you, bud. Thank you for your service, too. So if we're tuned down a half step, then everything goes down a half step. The chords would go down a half step. The names of the chords would go down a half step. The scales would go down a half step. So what I mean by that is all the notes are going down a half step. So if you wanted to play the same chord or the same scale, you would have to play it up a half step because since you're tuning down a half step, you have to compensate. The guitar is tuned lower, so you have to play it higher. So if you tune it down a half step, you need to play it up a half step from where you were before for them to be equitable, for it to be even. Does that make sense? You're tuning the guitar down a half step. That means your chords and your scales are tuned down a half step, so you have to play them up a half step if you want them to be standard pitch. So let's say my guitar is tuned down a half step. Then if I want to play a G chord, a legitimate G chord, because everybody in the band's playing an actual G chord, I'm tuned down a half step, then I would need to capo at the first fret and play a G chord. Or play a bar chord there at the fourth fret instead of the third fret. I'd have to play it up a half step, you know what I mean? All right, okay, there you go. Tao Bem Chev is saying, how do you donate? If you're on YouTube, bottom left-hand corner next to the smiley face, you'll see a little US dollar symbol. If you click that, that's the way to donate. All right, sweet. Any tips Bob is saying, any tips for reducing repetitive strain in the fret hand? I want to keep practicing. Any tips on reducing repetitive strain in the fretting hand? I want to keep practicing, Bob's saying. So, Bob, here's the deal. When your hand starts getting weak, when you're straining, you need to give it a rest. But let's talk about two things on how to be productive during that time. Number one, how to prevent that or how to limit it, and then how to be proactive. How to be proactive on not allowing that to happen, but if it is happening, what to do, okay? So, number one, to be proactive on that not happening, make sure your guitar is set up by a professional, okay? It doesn't cost much. Greg charges me $45 to set up a guitar. And after he sets them up, they play like butter, okay? And this one does, indeed, because I had it set up. And so what they do is they lower the strings, they lower everything the way it should be so that the action, which is the string height off of your neck, so that it's low enough to where it feels comfortable, okay? Easy. That's number one, what to do. Number two, even if you don't have that, what you can do is be cognizant of how hard you're pressing. Whether you're fretting chords, whether you're fretting notes, doesn't matter. Just, let's say the hardest you could press is a 10, but in reality, the only thing you would need to do in order to play this particular note is press down at a 2 or a 3. Well, press down at a 2 or 3, don't press down at a 10, because you're going to wear yourself out, okay? You're not being efficient. You're not being efficient. So you want to be efficient with that. And the only way to do that is to purposely think about it and to play lighter. When you do this, you will automatically start playing lighter, but you have to think about it at first, okay? Anything that you want in your subconscious brain, you have to get there via your conscious brain. Whether that's walking, riding a bike, driving a car, these are all things you had to do consciously at first with all the attention in the world. When you were a little kid, right? I remember, I was there. What? I don't know. But I do know that this is what you did. You did this. You did this. I'm falling, right? And mom and dad are like, here he goes, he's so cute. And you're like, I'm gonna fall, mom, I'll break my skull. And you didn't, though. You fell a few times, but you had to concentrate all your concentration on walking. Now you don't. Now it's in your subconscious. So the only way to get something into your subconscious is to do it consciously enough times, okay? So for reducing this repetitive hand strain, you need to consciously think, let's go lighter, Bob, let's go lighter, and eventually it will become part of your subconscious. You won't have to think about it as much. Now, if your hand's tired right now, you can always study music. You can study music theory because your brain, those are concepts, right? The concepts, yeah, we can get like that, revelation knowledge, like what's happening all over the world right now. Lots of stuff being revealed. We can do that, right? Brian Copeland, my brother, my surfing brother, thank you so much for the donation, man. We chat all the time on social. He's my bud, my surfing bud. So, yeah, so whatever you do, if your hand is straining now you can always study some music theory. So you could look at the circle of fifths. You can understand these concepts that I'm showing you. You don't even have to have the guitar in your hand. Cool? Yeah, all right. Okay, yes. By the way, friends, thank you so much for posting that link, whoever did that, here on the pedal. I thought I just saw something for the pedal. I did, I saw it. I saw it right here somewhere. Anyhow, the pedal. We've got the pedal for sale. The Dueling Ninja, where is it?
They're selling.
What's that? And they're selling. Yay, good. Okay, the Dueling Ninja, friends. I have one plugged in. I'll show it to you real quick, and then we'll get back to some questions here. This is the Dueling Ninja. It is out. It's officially out. This is the soft launch. Okay, we'll have a hard launch. I don't know what that. This is the soft launch right now. It's available right now at $199, which is cheaper than we're ever probably going to sell them. But we're doing that introductory offer. Okay. This basically is this. My two favorite rock and roll pedals are a Tube Screamer and an OCD, a full tone OCD. The Tube Screamer has been cloned 10 million ways to Sunday, and the OCD has been as well. This is not a clone. However, I will say that I tip my hat to both of these pedals in this one pedal. Okay. Now this is how it works. You can see there's two sections here. There's kind of a Tube Screamer-esque side because it's got that type of sound with the mid-range boost that works great like for Fenders and that sort of thing. And then the OCD side, which you'll hear this in a minute, sounds more like a Plexi. It's more overdriven. It's more rock and roll, more, might even say heavy metal. If you wanted to go there, you could. And so you can switch back and forth between these two. So you can have the pedal off, and then you can have that particular pedal engaged. So essentially, you've got two pedals here. Okay, you've got two pedals in one. I should say you have three pedals in one because, and almost four. Here's the deal. You can cascade them as well, and I'll show this to you in just a minute. You can have them run in tandem. And I discovered this myself because I would always have my Tube Screamer in front of my OCD overdrive. And if I was playing with my OCD and I loved the tone and I went to hit a solo, I would hit my Tube Screamer, which fed a little bit more drive into my OCD, and it sounded beautiful, beautiful, like nice singing type of tone. And so that's why we call it the Dueling Ninja, because it's two sides. But then when you hold that button down, it goes into the Dueling Ninja mode, which is both of them at the same time. Ah, is all I'm saying. That's the sound. Okay. I'll give you a quick little taste of this. And these are available in the store right now, by the way. So this right here, what you're hearing, is just pretty much straight. Like a Fender, it's like a Fender Tweed, okay? Now this is my Tube Screamer type sound right here. Now I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. You tell me if I need to turn something down there, Mike. nice smooth type sound there. Now, only thing I have to do if I wanted this to go into the OCD is I just flip the switch. Now we're talking, right? Now we're talking some serious rock tone right there. I'm gonna turn this tone down a little bit, level down a little I can crank that up even more so. You can even pump it up even more than that. All right, now if I put the two together, so if I'm just jamming out here, right, just kind of rocking out with a rhythm sound, it's a little overwhelming, it's a little loud, but, and then I hold this button down, so, soft launch, my friends. We're gonna really get into this pedal. You're gonna see enough of it to where you're like, okay, give me one, give me one. But I just wanted to mention that to you. That's I'm just so excited about it. It's like all these things started coming down the pipe for us at the same time. This is number one, by the way. We're probably gonna do some sort of giveaway with the very first one. What? Number one, isn't that cool? I'm not gonna keep it. We're gonna do something with it, okay? Okay, great. Now, here we go. We're gonna do a giveaway in 3 minutes, okay? Thank you, Andy, it's true. The pedal is on fire. It's pretty cool stuff, all right? I'm on the Kemper, yes, and I'm running just my very, pretty dry type of Fender sound. Just real basic there. Question? Question from the back? Anybody? No? Yeah? All right. Is it too soon to learn a song without knowing the pentatonic scale? Absolutely not. There's a million songs that I learned before ever learning the pentatonic scale. You don't need to know the pentatonic scale to learn a song. That said, okay? You don't need to know it. You don't see the pedal in the store. Is the pedal in this? It's in there.
I'll drop a direct link.
Sure.
Okay. All right, Gerald, we'll drop a direct link for you, but it's in there.
First product.
The very first product, upper left, I believe. All right, 2 minutes. We'll be doing another one. Played it on the Boss. Ken, I will. I will probably do that. We were talking about that, like having a video where I'm using the Ninja and playing it through a Boss Katana, because it seems that everybody owns this amp. Everybody in the history of ever owns this amp. So like, why not say what kind of tone can we get out of this thing with just the dueling Ninja? Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah. All right. Good. All right. I'm going to take one more question here before we do our next giveaway. And by the way, folks, very first link below will give you access to the PDF. Also going to give you access to all the offers that we're doing today. It's $100 off the lifetime membership to UGS. It's $197 today. And you might be saying to yourself, great, Eric, that's still not cheap enough for me. Guess what? The price of UGS is going way up in 2021, way up. We've been keeping it the same price for in fact, we even lowered it. When UGS first came out, it was $400. We've been doing that since 2012, and we've added an insane amount of lessons to it and an insane amount of volume to it. In fact, if you are a UGS member, If you're in the big system right now, say UGS Pro, so other folks know that we're not kidding around. It's amazing. If you want to say a hell yeah in there, or a fire or a thumbs up, let folks know that it's legit. It's the real deal. And that is going way up. So if you are a veteran, if you're buying it today, if you're in already, count yourself as being very lucky, because it's going way up. Now's the time to get in if you want to get in there. Also, 50% off 365, the ebook bundles, all the other standalone courses, all the other stuff, okay? Let's go ahead and do that giveaway, Em. And this is for, let's see here. This is for Twitter. This is for this logo t-shirt for somebody that did hashtag dot on our most recent post that's on Twitter. So tell them what they've won, Em.
Hey guys. So this is for the logo tee. There's a few different colors. So when I announce you, you can just DM us on Twitter and you can pick your color, your size, and then we'll get it shipped to you. So the winner of that one is going to be Willie B. Willie Burnett is the winner of that logo tee. So Willie B, hit us up on Twitter, or I'll get to you in the next couple days and we'll get you that logo t-shirt.
Sweet. Thank you, Em. All right. Now, we're going to do another giveaway, and then I'm getting to more questions, okay? I told you guys we're doing it every single half hour. We're giving stuff away. Now, okay, that was 1 o'clock. So this next one is this. We're going to give away a merch bundle, okay? This is the deal. This is what we're giving away. Now, we have many different colors of this, but you've heard me say this a million times, right? You've heard me say it a million times. So we said that it needs to be on a t-shirt. So the merch bundle that's this next giveaway. So if you want to win a t-shirt, the practice t-shirt, hat, we have it in all different colors, by the way. You can check it out on the website. They'll drop links for it so that you can see. In fact, do that. Pick a color out right now, so that when you do win, then you'll be like, Emmy, here are my colors, here are my sizes, bam. Okay. Trucker hat and the coasters.
They're behind you. Oh.
These guys. These are bad to the bone, y'all. Mike took these wicked cool pictures of my guitars, and these are solid. Like, these are heavy. These are really heavy. They're ceramic, I think. Yeah, they're ceramic. So it's got my Telly on there. It's got my Strat, got my SJ200, and it's got my my Les Paul there, and they're all kind of like antique-y looking, and they're super cool. I need to bring some for the camper. That's what I need to do. I got camping on the brain. All right, so whoever wins this bundle will have, this is how you win it. You've got to be a UGS member. That's it. Eric, that's not fair. It's so expensive to be a member of UGS. Is it? Is it? It's not. It's free. You can join for free. I've said it a million times. YourGuitarStage.com/30 will get you direct. What's that?
Links in the chat.
Links in the chat. Thank you, Cole. Links in the chat. YourGuitarStage.com/30. Right there. You have time. You have a half hour. You've got 27 minutes if you would like to win this. Okay, we're going to pick a member, a UGS member, and it could be UGS Pro, could be UGS Classic, could be UGS Standard, which is free. YourGuitarStage.com/30. We'll be picking a member at 1:30. Emmy will be. Okay? Cool. All right, let's get to some questions. All right, yay, look at all these UGS Pro members. Maybe no one in here is not a UGS member. Maybe there's no one in here who's not a UGS member. Huh. Imagine that. That would be a win. Then I can go camping now. We could be done, right? Beautiful. Thank you, Galvin. UGS Pro, unbelievable amount of guitar learning content. Get it. Yay. Are the monthly payments going up? We hadn't discussed that, but I don't think so. No. We hadn't discussed that. I'm saying no. All right. In fact, I'm definitively saying no. Monthly payments are not going up, but the lifetime membership is. Yeah. All right? Okay, good. Can you show how to play various keys using the capo and the cage system? So, Dennis, yes. So really, when we're playing with a capo, I'm not really thinking cage system, although we are definitely doing that. We're actually doing that. We're using the same technology, if you will. But I guess I don't think about it that way. What I think about is like, if someone says, hey, I'm in the key of G, this happens in Nashville all the time, and I'd love it, because whenever I'm teaching about capo, there's always some bozo who's like, use a capo. Capos are for cheaters, man. You need to not use capo. And really, because like every pro guitar player in the world who knows what they're doing in the studio uses a capo, okay? It's not a crutch whatsoever. It's a tool. If I want to drive a nail into a piece of wood, I could use a hammer. Or why not just use my fist, right? Why do I want to use a hammer? What a waste. I could use my fist, or in the case of the guy who didn't want to use the capo, he'd probably use his forehead, right? But not a good idea, because why not use a good tool that's helpful? This is a great tool for doing all sorts of cool things. Like, for instance, in Nashville, we use the Nashville number system because these guys the musicians will meet, and they'll hear the song one time, literally one time. One guy's charting it, and then they put it on the copier, and they copy it, and they hand it out to everybody, and they hear it one time, and a lot of times, the very first time they record it, it's done. I've sat in sessions where it's the second or third time, but usually by the third time, the whole song's recorded on a song they've never heard, or they've heard one time, but they're using capos, they're using the Nashville number system, they're using this stuff that I'm showing you. This is not a joke, okay? This is not a drill, this is the real stuff. So we'll go in the studio, and we're in the key of G, and we're like, okay, cool, this is what we're doing, we're in the key of G, and then the singer comes in and says, guys, I'm feeling especially spicy today here, and I'm going to sing this in the key of G sharp because I can sing that high G. And they go, okay, cool, no problem. Meanwhile, dude on the internet who's afraid of the capo is like, wait a minute, guys, I can't play in the key of G sharp. I know, because you didn't watch my video, guy, right? So, now he's listening. So what we do is we capo right here, and now I can play in the key of G sharp. Now I'm playing all the same forms, all those same chords, but I'm in G sharp instead of G. Another way that we could do this, Dennis, is if we were playing in the key of A. So if we were playing A, our 1, 4, 5, I could capo the second fret, and now using the G form, that since that's an A, we learned that, remember, from our springboards. I'm telling you all this stuff you're going to use all the time. It's just you got to learn it, and then it'll start appearing. Oh, yeah, I know what that is. It'll magically start appearing, but you got to learn it first. So there's my G chord. So now I can play that 1, 4, 5 the same way as I would a 1, 4, 5. Right? Slightly different sound because of the voicing of the chords, but. Or I could play it, move it up here, and go. Whoops. Easy enough, right? Or if I wanted to play, let's say, play it up here, I could go. Woof. So many different ways that you can do this with the capo. It's going to be a complete mystery to you right now. You're going to be like, wow, I believe you because you just did it, but I don't know how to do it. Cool. That's fine. That's everybody, by the way. You're special, but you're not that special. Everybody has to go through this. Just understand that if I'm doing it, you can do it. You just have to learn these little bits that I'm teaching you. By the way, your UGS standard, the one that I told you guys to sign up for because the next giveaway is going to be based on UGS members, even the free members, UGS standard. In that course, I'm showing you so much of this stuff so that you understand that when you put your capo here, you'll be in this key or that key or the other. When you further delve into the program, you're going to find stuff on capos, on using the capo to change keys, and all that sort of stuff. So at first, it's all awkward. You know, whatever you only do a few times is going to be, you're not going to be good at it. The things that you do often is you're going to be good at. Okay, beautiful. SW Spur, same here, Bill. I'm 68 and just starting. It's a perfect time to start. Bill's at 61, just starting. Beautiful. Still working on free 30. Beautiful. Good. I mean, this is the best time to start because you got this time, you've got this focus, right? It's a great time. Okay, Victor's registered. Yeah, love it. All right. I should be seeing that from everybody. Everybody registered, right? Give me a thumbs up if you are in the running for this next giveaway. That means you're a UGS member. It means you're UGS Pro, UGS Standard, or UGS Classic. Doesn't matter. Give me a thumbs up or a yes or something like that so I know that you're going to be part of it, okay? All right. Let's get to another question. Shall we? What guitar influences who one should study? Okay, well, Bob, that's completely individual, right? It's subjective. So if you're a blues guy, you might listen to all the classic blues guys. Blank, Blind, something. Any of those guys are good. Any of the Blind guys are good. Robert Johnson, Jimmy Page for blues rock. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Elmore James. I mean, there's so many amazing players in blues, right? If classical's your thing, then you're going to look for Segovia and guys like that. It just depends on what the genre that you're looking at. But if you start delving down that road, if you start going down that road, these guys will present themselves to you in the music that you're listening to and suggestions and everything else. But definitely, you want to find out who moves you and then follow those guys, okay? Follow those girls. Okay, when soloing over chord progressions, example, C, a 1-4-5 minor 6-5. Do you think C major pentatonic, F major pentatonic? Nope. I don't do any of that. No. I've done it before, Bobby. And actually, some of the stuff that I'm showing you kind of is doing that, but I don't think, okay, change keys. I've done that before for solos. In fact, the first band I was in called AWOL. I was 16 years old in the studio. We recorded our first album. They had kicked their guitar player out. I was replacing him, and it was go time. It was like, here we go. You've got to lay these solos down. So I learned my solos. I played my solos. And I was doing that. I was switching keys and what have you within the solo. And those solos to this day sound pretty cool, I think. Even though the band was kind of subpar, those solos were pretty cool. And it's because I kind of didn't know what I was doing, but I kind of did. So there was all that young angst, I don't know what I'm doing type of thing in there. But they still sounded good. So it's not to say that you can't do that, because you can. But it's going to sound very disjunct. Like we're talking about this, we're talking about this, we're talking about this, we're talking about this. It's very like moves like this type of thing, as opposed to when you're playing music, you want it to be more cohesive and more smooth and not sound like that. That may not make sense to you as a musician today, but as you mature more as a musician, it will make more sense, because you'll be like, yeah, I get that. I want it to be smooth. I don't want it to just sound like, okay, now I'm playing on that chord. Now I'm playing on that chord. No, I'm playing on that chord. Because the licks it'll sound too planned out, if you will. With that being said, you're kind of doing that, but if you think that way, kind of like what I was saying before, if you think scale, even though you're playing a scale, if you think scale over a chord, you're probably going to play a scale as opposed to playing the notes from the scale, still a scale, but you're not playing it like we play a scale, right? It's not going to sound like that. All right. Oh, thank you, Mike. Hey, almost 250 of you have not hit the like button. Do it. Indeed, please do that, friends. That is you saying thank you. That's even if you don't want to get in the course or, get anything, that's fine, totally fine. This thing is today is this lesson to teach you these things that are absolutely going to help you to play guitar. If you don't want to buy something, that's totally fine. We want to make this stuff available to you, but if you would, please hit like, please leave a comment, all that good stuff. Okay. Tyler's saying, can you explain why when you changed the key to G sharp, the capo, the chord shape stayed the same, but when you put the capo on the second fret, the chords changed? Okay, Tyler, check it out. That's a fantastic question. So now it's because there are so many different ways that you can play a chord using the cage system, right? Here's a C chord. 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 Right? So there's different ways that we can play those same chords. But what I was showing you was my only option for playing in G sharp in that open position like that was to do this. I could come up here and play, play the, bar chords and stuff. But if I was wanted to play in an open position. But what happens if I bump it up again? Now I can play. Now we're playing in the key of A. Or I could play, right? Or what did I do? I gotta remember what I did now. I gotta remember what I did. I think that is what I did if I played in the key of A. Oh, I know what you're thinking. I did this, right? I did in the key of G sharp. Hold on, what was the question again? Now I'm confused, man. Can you explain why you changed the key to G sharp with the capo? The chord shape stayed the same, but when you capoed at the second fret, the chords changed. Well, I don't remember if they did or not. Here's the key of G sharp, okay? I got a daggone ukulele capo. Get that out of here. I was wondering why that was messing up. So this right here, key of G sharp, right? And if I wanted to play in the key of A, then I would do, then I just do that. Or I could play open chords. Okay. Some keys will allow you to play in other forms, whereas maybe one is going to be more stifling. Usually the sharped or flatted keys are a little bit more stifling than the open keys like C, A, G, E, D. Okay. Here's the key of A. Here's the key of A sharp. Here's the key of B. Key of C. It just keeps going up. Just keeps going up like that. But then there's other ways that you could play it and capoing at different places of the neck. Too much to show you right now. That would take half hour at least. Okay, that giveaway for all UGS members is happening in 13 minutes. You could be any member, Classic, Pro, or Standard. YourGuitarStage.com/30 will give you access to Standard, which is free. Take advantage of that today, friends. And then that's the next giveaway. Okay, you'll be one of those members. 13 minutes left. Yes. Okay, beautiful. Oh, thank you, Ken. That's really sweet. So kind, bud. Thank you. Okay. Looking for a question. If you would, make sure that you're putting a question mark. Make sure you're putting a question mark with any of these questions, okay? Can you use this system for borrowed chords? Ty Blue is saying. Okay, so friends, borrowed chords, let me explain this really quickly. A signature, someone's signature, also short for the sign of nature, tells you things about that person. There's actually, you can evaluate someone, they say psychologically to some degree, with their signature, okay? There's a natural order to the universe, two things, right? There's polarity, there's yin-yang. And it is yang, by the way, because I get that from my Asian friend. It's not yin-yang, it's yin-yang. But there's a natural balance to the universe. There's a natural balance to music. The major scale is the de facto benchmark that we measure all things by. The major scale is what we measure all intervals by, how we calculate chords, if we say, oh, that the Mixolydian scale is just a major scale with a flat 7, what we mean by that is flat 7 from what? Flat 7 from the major scale. It's our ruler, if you will, okay? And because of that, because of the whole half, whole half, because of that, we get our chords that go major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, diminished, major. Okay? Those are the chords that naturally appear. We can't get into all the detail about that. I do inside of UGS. But I tell you where those chords come from. Max, thank you so much for the donation. Super kind, bud. Thank you, bud. Those are naturally occurring diatonic chords, the ones that naturally appear because of the way the major scale is. Okay? I can't explain it right now because it would take a long time and would take an hour at least for us to go down that rabbit hole. Just trust me in that those chords, major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, diminish, naturally appear. Now, we have also what's called borrowed chords. Borrowed chords are when we don't stick to that plan and we're taking a chord, borrowing it from another key. Usually a key that is workable with what we call the circle of fifths. I teach that in other videos. But essentially, it's a key signature that's very similar. For instance, if you take the key of C, there's no sharps and flats. If you take the key of G, there's only one sharp. So those are very similar. And you can borrow chords between those two, and it works nicely. That being said, a borrowed chord is when we borrow a chord from another key, and it twists the melody a little bit. I always use this comparison to if a child is drawing a picture and they draw a sun, and it's a purple sun. And you know it's a sun because it's in the corner there with the little streams coming out and the kids are flying the kites and everything else. What else would it be? But it's purple, right? Well, kids can do whatever they want. They can paint however they want. So can you. And with music, you can do anything you want. There are no rules. Music theory isn't rules. Music theory is just saying, hey, this is what works over here. Usually the sun's yellow. Doesn't mean you have to paint it yellow. Paint it purple if you want. And a borrowed chord, if you will, is when we're going outside of the natural scheme of things. And what does it do? Well, it makes your ear perk up. It makes you go, what is that chord? Usually it's the chord that sounds so cool, okay? So that chord progression that I played for you earlier with the E7 in it, that one with a minor, I think it had a C, it had a D minor, and then it had that chord is a borrowed chord. It doesn't naturally appear. It normally would be a minor chord. So the question was, does this work with borrowed chords? And the answer is yes, it does. Much of what I showed you today works with borrowed chords because what I was doing was showing you how to identify these notes. There's some things that don't, like the sister chords, like that may or may not work depending on what chord is being borrowed from another key. Any more than that, and I'm really going to confuse you because I know some of you are like, let's see how I'm out. And that's okay if you do it because guess what? If you went to a first grader and you gave him a 7th grade test, he'd be like, what are you talking about? But if he was in 7th grade, he might be okay with the test. If he's in 8th grade, he's going to be super fine with the test. Understand that we're on a continuum in life, on everything, okay? In our spirituality, on our guitar playing, on our everything. So what you don't know today, you could know tomorrow. What you can't do today, you might be able to do tomorrow with the practice, okay? Does that make sense? It's really important. I mean, I know when I say that, there's nobody like, well, that's the craziest idea I've ever heard. You're like, oh yeah, well, that makes sense. But we have to be reminded about this because a lot of people, what they see is the last result. They see the end result of Michael Jordan shooting these 3-pointers or these slam dunks or Stevie Ray Vaughan playing, and they go, oh, I'll never do that. Well, yeah, dog, you're not going to do that overnight. He didn't do it overnight. Why do you think you should deserve to do it overnight? You spend the same amount of time that he did working his ass off, you will get the same reward. It's just math. It's simple math. But it is really available out there. But with no practice, you are correct. It will not happen for you at all. What's my favorite amp? The Kemper is my favorite amp right now. I know some people are like, well, that ain't a real amp. It's a real amp. I've got plenty of tube amps. Trust me, I've owned them all. The Kemper I absolutely love. It does everything that I need it to do, okay?
Max and Ken.
Oh, beautiful. Max Wood, thank you so much, brother, for the donation. So kind. So kind. And Ken, as a vet, I appreciate what you do. Your teaching has made a huge difference in my life, not only for my guitar, but my spirit. I love that. That means more to me than even the guitar. So thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. And thank you for the donation, brother. Super, super kind. Okay, 5 minutes, 6 minutes is that giveaway. If you're a UGS member, and you can do it for free, UGS, yourguitarstage.com/30. If you haven't, you got 6 minutes to do it. What's your opinion on the Katana MK2 with pedals added to it? Just got one literally yesterday and absolutely love it, but what's your input on it? I will tell you my input. Thank you for the donation, Robert. Is there a device to lower or eliminate idle noise on an amplifier, annoying when recording at low load levels? Let me get to that one first, just because it'll go away here in a minute, and the other one will not. Okay, Robert, is there a device? Robert, yeah, there are. They're what are called Hush pedals. That's actually a brand name, Rocktron Hush. Noise gate is what you're looking for. And a noise gate, what it does is you set the noise gate with a knob, and any noise that falls below that threshold, you won't hear it come through the speaker. Then once you hit your guitar and it's loud enough, then everything comes through, even the noise that you didn't want. But typically it's going to be masked or covered up by your guitar sound, okay? So there is something that's called a noise gate, but typically you want to use that as a last resort. You want to make sure you're keeping your signal as clean as possible, and that's a journey to learn how to do that, okay? But you definitely can use those, especially when recording. Okay, let me get back to Monkey Shredder here. He's got the Katana MK2 with pedals added to it. This is the Katana, this is the Katana 50 MK2. I don't know, that may be another name for it. With pedals added to it. Okay, so you're asking my opinion on it. Here's my opinion on the Katana amp. It's a $200 amp. It's really, really affordable. For $200, it may be the best $200 amp I've ever played. And I mean that. And they don't pay me anything. Boss, you should, because that's my honest opinion. And I probably just sold you some amps. But as a $200 amp, it's probably the best $200 amp that I've ever played. There's other $200 amps that are really good as well. I haven't played them all. But this is really good. It has built-in effects. You can do lots of stuff with it. That's why I think it's a great for giveaway. But there really is no but. For $200, it's great. This amp here that I've got that I'm running through is like a $2,500 amp. So if you don't have $2,500, why are we even talking about it, right? But I mean, I love that thing leaps and bounds more than this, but it's also $2,500. So, but yes, it's a great amp. The speaker's great. It just gives it a general good tone. I had RJ Ronquillo and Brett Papa here in the studio playing. This was, this has been a year and a half, I think, since those two were here sitting together at the same time playing. And I was listening, because I was in Key West or something, and I was listening to the broadcast of them playing, and I said, Brett, what are you playing through? Because both of their tones sounded good, and I saw what RJ was playing through, and he was playing through my Boss Katana, and he was using basically the Ninja. He was using like a screamer, tube screamer, which is basically that pedal. So yeah, you can make them sound great, and they work wonderfully. And his tone sounded stellar. I didn't know what he was using. What's the effects of the feedback? What is the effects of the feedback? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'd have to get more detail from you there, my friend. What do you mean by the effects of the feedback? What gauge strings am I using? So I've just recently gone down to thinner strings, okay? I'm using 9s. I gotta figure this out. I'm terrible when it comes to knowing my own gear. I'm using 8s for my Strats, for my Fenders, which are longer, the neck's longer, and the Gibsons, which are shorter scale by this much. Watch, boop, by that much. The Gibsons I'm using 9s because it's easier to bend on shorter scale guitars. The shorter the scale, is that right? Maybe I've got it backwards. This is what I'm talking about. But nonetheless, Do I have it right? Thank you, Mike. That sort of thing always escapes me. I've literally gone through that 1,000 times in my head, but the information just doesn't, it just doesn't stick with me. But the shorter the scale, yeah, that makes sense, because if something's longer, the longer a body is, the bigger a body is, then the deeper the pitch is. That means you've got to tighten it to make it higher in pitch. The smaller a body is, right? Think of a hummingbird, then, or a thin, or a short string. You don't have to tune it as much before it's just in pitch. So shorter scale can get thicker strings. So that's why my Gibsons, shorter scale, have 9s on them. 9 to, I don't know what they go to, 9 to 40, I don't know. And then they start on, for my Fenders, which is a longer scale, I use 9s. Did I say that? I use 8s. 8s for the Fenders, 9s for the Gibsons. Cool? All right. Giveaway time. Here we go. So, friends, Andy Daly, thank you so much with the, I love that little pear. So excited to see himself in the mirror there. Woo. Woo. It's an avocado, sorry. Yeah, we had this talk one time. Yeah, it's an avocado, I guess, right? I love avocados. So, Andy, thank you so much for that donation. I appreciate that. Okay, so here we are. Here's the giveaway. This is we picked a member from UGS, and again, it's free to join, friends, and you don't want to miss it. YourGuitarStage.com/30. Get in there today. It's absolutely free. PDFs, the whole enchilada. In fact, I tell you what, if you are in UGS Standard, which is free, if you're in just UGS Standard, say 30 in the chat so other people know. If you love it, give a thumbs up, give a hell yeah, whatever. Let people know that what I'm saying is for real. If it's changed your playing and the way that you think about the guitar, let folks know, because I'm not joking. It's a real deal. It's not like some cheap little course we're giving you. It's going to massively change you. More than any videos that you watch ever of mine, that's the course that's going to massively change you. You want to continue? We've got a path for that, okay? Otherwise, let's mention the winner of the merch, which is the trucker hat, the practice t-shirt, and the coasters, and I think that's it. Oh, we'll probably throw in some other stuff. I'll throw in a CD. Anybody that's winning stuff, I'm going to throw in CDs too. Maybe some other stuff. I don't know. We'll get crazy. All right, Emmy. Who is that? Emmy, would you give us the winner?
Yes. Hey guys, Emmy here. I'm gonna announce the winner of the merch bundle, and that winner, like Eric said, will get the trucker hat, the really, really nice coasters, and a practice t-shirt. And that winner is Brent Boardman. So Brent, I believe that you've connected with us on text before. You can reach out to me there on any social media. Get in touch and we will send that stuff your way. So thank you guys for entering once again, and congrats, Brent.
Brent, and I've seen your name before lots of times. So Brent, congratulations, brother. Thank you so much.
Put the text free and text merch in the chat.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, yes. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Cole. Okay, so our next giveaway is at 2 o'clock, and it's for pick your own merch, okay? And so this is what you'll want to do. You're going to see some directions from Cole coming across. It'll probably be my name. It might be Cole. I'm not sure. But we'll be watching in the chat, and we're going to give you an 800 number to text. And essentially, this is what you're going to do. Here's the number. Michael put it on the screen. It's 833-744-0154. 833-744-0154. This is what you do to win. Emmy's going to pick somebody who types the word merch to that number, M-E-R-C-H to that number, and then we're going to pick a winner. And while you're at it, we'll put a link to the store where you can pick out what merch you want, okay? Hats, shirts, stuff. But pick it out now, because when Emmy asks you, I don't want you scrambling, right? Okay? At 2 o'clock, we'll do that. That's the only thing you need to do is text merch to that number, and we're going to pick a winner. Okay? Sweet. Let's get to some questions. All right. We're going another hour and a half, by the way. Thank you so much for everybody who's saying 30 there, for folks that are in, for folks that are in pro. Beautiful. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Congrats, Brent. And there's Dwight, old Dwight, who won the won my Les Paul. I think he won my Darkfire Les Paul. Dwight, isn't that right? I hated to see that guitar go. That guitar was bonkers. I think, or did Dwight win the SG? I think Dwight won that. You let us know, Dwight. I think he won that Les Paul, which was bonkers. Most beautiful Les Paul I've ever had. And I've had some pretty ones. Okay. All right, questions. Let's go. What is the model of the Katana amp? This is a Katana 50. I think that's the name of it. A Katana 50. D Katana-50. Yeah. All right. Is that number international as well?
Oh.
What does that mean?
There's not an international solution.
US
Okay.
and Canada
Oh.
only. We forgot to say that.
Okay, I'm
guys.
so sorry, guys. It's U.S. and Canada only. We don't have a way to.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. I mean, we.
Submit the form through Contact Us on the site.
Yeah.
And put it in the comment, and we'll make sure they get a discount.
Okay. Say that again, Cole.
International.
Use the contact.
Go through Contact Us, submit a form,
Mhm.
and we'll follow up with it with a discount.
Okay. Okay. For those that that can't do it, that are international, then if you go to our website, there's a contact us form there. Just say that. Say I'm international. Was not able to do merch. So we will give you a special discount because of that. Okay. We're sorry. That's not our control. That's not within our control, obviously.
We
So.
tried. Tell them to add their
Yeah.
number to the contact form too, or it might be already in there. But
Okay. Yeah, put your number in the contact form and we'll, maybe eventually here that will be a feature that we'll
Yes.
be able to get rolling there. Yes, sir. The Les Paul Studio. That's what it was. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thanks, Dwight. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so Jeremiah is saying, it seems that over the 1-4-5 blues, there are tons of viable scale options. Yeah. A minor, D minor, Mixolydian, somewhat E minor works over the 1. Why? How can we know all our options? Can you run through some? Jeremiah, that's a great question. Yeah, let's talk about it. So now here's the deal. What you want to do is not get overwhelmed. I say it all the time that a child learns to speak and only has a smattering of words, and they're able to get by for quite a while. My kid is 5. He knows a lot of words now, but like in the beginning, he didn't know a ton of stuff, right? And he could tell us his tummy hurt and all the necessary stuff. This is why I highly implore you guys that when you're learning guitar or anything in the world for that matter, learn the basic stuff first. I just bit my tongue. Learn the basic stuff first before you go into the advanced stuff, because if you don't, you're going to get overwhelmed and you're going to be like, I suck. And you don't suck, you're just learning wrong. Okay? So learn the pentatonic first, learn the blues scale, learn the Mixolydian. You can do this, but you got to learn to use one tool. I say it's akin to if you go buy a hammer and you really don't know how to use a hammer very well, so then you go buy 10 more hammers. Well, that's not going to help. You got to learn how to use your hammer. Then you won't have to buy 10 more hammers. So in the same way, learn how to use your pentatonic scale. Once you do that, you maybe do the blues scale and so on and so forth, okay? But yeah, so the thing about blues is it's strange because we can use major blues, we can use minor blues. We're talking about 12-bar blues progression. We can use major blues, minor blues, you can use Mixolydian scale, you can use the Dorian scale. It's crazy, all the things that you could use. And if you were to superimpose them, it almost looks as if you can hit every note. But it wouldn't make sense to be playing your blues like this and just be playing chromatically. It would be really goofy, right? So you don't want to do that. So what you want to do is you want to start with pentatonic, right? And then add the blue note, which would make it bluesy. Right? Otherwise, the pentatonic would just be. we have that blue note. Now we got that nice cry, that nice sing to it, right? And then, so, gosh, I have so many videos on it, and this is kind of a big question, Jeremiah. So, why is it that we can do this? It's because, I'll tell you the why, and how can we know all our options? Can you run through some? So I've run through some. Why is this? It's because when we're in a major key, we play major scales over it, okay? As a rule. When we have a minor key, we play minor scales over it. But when it comes to blues, blues is a funky monkey. You can play major over it, you can play minor over it. And it's weird. It's just weird that you can do that, but alas, it's part of the sound. It's what makes the blues the blues. So someone might say, well, why does it sound like that? It would be, I guess, akin to saying, well, why is heavy metal like heavy? Why is it loud? Well, because if it wasn't, then it wouldn't be heavy metal. It would be hard rock, or it would be soft rock, or it's like the loudness makes it that. You know what I mean? So all that to say, because you can use the minor sound, and because you can use the major sound over it, now you have all those different options. Pentatonic scale is just a subset of the major or minor scale. So it's not like we're adding something there to the pentatonic. We could just say the major or minor scale. The pentatonic is a subset of that, right? It's like a few of those notes out of there. Adding the blue note is only one note, and that's just a note that makes things sound great when we're talking about blues, you know? Right? And the Dorian, if we do this like... I have a video for that. If you search Your Guitar Sage Dorian, I have a whole video specifically on the Dorian scale and how that works with that. Jeremiah, that'd be a great one for you to watch. That said, don't get too overwhelmed with that. Blues is a weirdo, and in a cool way. Usually weirdo denotes cool to me anyhow, but when it comes to this, it's good weird in that you have all these choices, but focus on one at a time. You're not playing all of them at once, okay? All right. Okay, question. When you showed the trick for the 1-4-5 major chords and the 2-3-6 minor chords, you then showed there was a diminished chord that was a half step below the 1. Is there a specific shape for the diminished chord? Yes. Chicago, Todd. So if you know how to play a minor chord, so we were saying in the key of G, so I'm going to do a G flat or an F sharp minor chord. If we take the 5 of that chord, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we lower it a half step, then we look like this. Like a little set of stairs. 1, 2, 3. That's across strings 6, 5, and 4. Frets 2, 3, and 4. So that's diminished. So essentially what we're looking for is we're looking for a minor chord, flat the 5s by a half step. Okay, so if you think theory-wise, that's a great way to do it, just flat the 5s. Otherwise, there's a million different ways to play diminished chords. So many different ways to play diminished chords. In my opinion, it's better to understand how to mathematically create a chord, so then you can go, okay, well, I just know I need to lower that note, and then you've got access to the whole neck. So like the Cage system, instead of like learning this one form, now you don't know, now you just have that one form. If I said to you on the Cage system, I've said, okay, here's the 1, the 3, and the 5, like I show you in the PDF that you can get, the very first link below, in this video. You should be getting that on our webpage. They're numbered 1, 3, 5. Well, if you know that the 3 is the one note that if flattened makes it a minor chord, then you can apply the cage system and find all your minor chords in the same way. You just play the chord, lower your third half step if the fingering allows, and then bam, now you have minor chords. So that comes from understanding a smattering of music theory so that you can create these chords. Otherwise, you got to have someone show you the shapes all the time, right? We don't want to do that. Okay. Question. Joel is saying, if you could give someone considering learning guitar one tip or one piece of advice that helped you the most, what would it be? Joel, thank you for asking. There's probably 5 things that I could say there, but the number one thing I would say is this. You literally, you, me, Mike, Emmy, Cole, anybody listening right now, could literally do anything they want on the guitar if they studied it and practiced it up to the point of whatever proficiency they want to be at it. And now, for many of you, you're like, well, duh. But I swear to God, I run into it all the time. People don't believe that. They don't believe that that's possible. They say, no, this guy was born with this, or that gal was born with this. Doesn't work like that. It has only to do with practice. That's why there are no babies that play guitar. Hendrix was born with it. You're sacrilege, Eric. He was born with it. Was he? Was he a great guitar player at 3? Nah, he wasn't. So you're not born with any of that. Well, you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean. You have to practice to get there. Hey, listen, I'm trying to liberate you, and this is what will liberate you, is to understand that there's nothing that you can't do on this instrument if you practice, if you go down the path and you learn it, and you do the bits and pieces. So, Joel, that's my number one advice for you is keep going, and you stop where you want to stop, okay? Okay. Someone's saying Nashville tuning, question mark. I don't know what you mean by that. Nashville tuning, yes. Nashville tuning is, if you mean by the Nashville tuned guitar, basically I've owned one before. I sold it again. It's cool, but essentially it's EAD, GBE, just like a regular guitar, but these 3 lower strings, EAD, are up they're up an octave. So basically when you play it, it would sound like this. That's what it would sound like. Instead of, it's 1 octave up, these 3 strings. Okay, and it's something that Nashville players came up with because they wanted to add a different element to the sound of playing. Usually works great with strumming, and it works really nice if you stack it on top of a regular acoustic guitar. It'll sound akin to a 12-string, because essentially that's what a 12-string is doing. Is there a video about reggae chords and strumming? Yeah, I think so, Esther. If you search Your Guitar Stage reggae, you're going to find what you're looking for. I have videos, I'm sure of it, that I have it on the strumming, but I'll go over it real quick with you. And I have many jam tracks on it for sure. So basically, when we're doing reggae type strumming, we're not strumming down, but we're only strumming up. So this type of sound. Or you could do this finger picking wise. So we're emphasizing that upbeat. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. We're really kicking that chord. And your hand's going up when you're doing that. So like 1 and. So you can hit that note, the down, but it's not emphasized. Make sense? All right, good. Yeah, enjoy the journey or process. And that's with everything, friends. right? With life, with guitar, it's about the journey. And I know that seems like a tired old expression, but it's true. Imagine in life if we were like, I really just want to get to the end of this. Jeez, this is boring. When am I going to get to the end? Really? No. It's about the process. So enjoy the whole process. I mean, I love playing guitar so much. And here's the deal: it's an infinite. You can always get better. It's not like there's a day where you're like, well, I can't learn anymore. You just keep going. Okay. Okay. Yes, we gave the amps and guitars away. We did all that about the 1 hour mark into this program. Prometheus, I know, but you would believe me. You would be boggled by the people that think that Jimi Hendrix was not just a dude who practiced a lot. You'd be very surprised. Some of my colleagues think that way, and I just don't. I mean, of course I think I'm right, and of course they think they're right, but I just don't believe it. I've never seen a student. I've had students come to me who had all the looks in the world that they were going to be a badass guitar player, and then they just didn't practice, and they just didn't blossom. And then I've had other guitar players that I'm like, oh boy, this is going to be a long road. And they practiced, and they became great guitar players. So it had everything to do with the practice. It had nothing to do with this like inborn talent. It's complete crap. Never seen it. Never seen it. And I guarantee you, anybody who's the best at what they do, if you ask them, have they worked hard at what it is they do, or was it given to them? I bet you 100% of them would say, I worked my ass off for it. I've never met one who said otherwise. Probably that I've just met those people that weren't handed it at birth. Or it could be that I'm right. Ian Fowler is saying, when you solo through the major scale, are you thinking about the keys in each scale as you go so you could switch to them during chord changes? When you solo through the major scale, are you thinking about the keys in each scale? No. And so, Ian, I think maybe some of the wording that you've used here is incorrect, because when you're saying keys, do you mean notes? Because, by the way, thank you for the donation. So when you're saying when you solo through the major scale, when you're soloing through a major scale, when you're playing, you're in a particular key. So you're saying, are you thinking about the keys? No, I'm only thinking about whatever key I'm in. I'm thinking about the notes that are permissible for me to play, that are going to sound good. You can play any notes that you want. People are like, what do you mean permissible? Well, the ones that sound good, right? You can color outside the lines if you want. It's going to look like you colored outside the lines. It's going to look like you didn't care. Or you could play inside the lines, and you could play in the scale when everybody's going to be like, that guy plays good. Or you can play anything you want, and it's not going to sound very good. So I'm not thinking about other keys, and I'm thinking about the one key, the one scale that I'm in. But I think you could probably ask that differently, because I'm not totally sure what you mean. I'm not totally sure what you mean, but I'm answering as if I'm assuming what you mean here is what's in my head. So you could switch to them during the chord changes. Now, this is what I do, is I say, okay, I'm in the key of A. Okay, it's a blues chord progression. Okay, so it's going to be a 1-4-5 probably. And then I'm going to listen across. And if it's not, if there's a new chord in there, I'm going to go to, okay, now what's happening in that chord? I may stop the tape or say, what chord is that, guys? Okay, cool. All right, and then I'll catalog it, and then I know when I get to that chord, I may have to do a little something different there. Otherwise, it's business as usual, playing in the key of A. I could use pentatonic, I could use blues, that sort of thing, and I'm just thinking about that key that I'm in. So wherever you're at is where you're at. That's how it is with music. You're in a particular key, you're in a particular key. You stay there. Unless you want to change, unless there's a reason to change. Frank Brown, thank you so much for the donation, buddy. So kind. So super, super kind. Oh, okay, so I think I worded my question wrong. I didn't mean A minor and A minor pentatonic. I meant switching from A minor to A major pentatonic, and I don't know if I saw that question. When switching between A minor a major pentatonic, how can we make it sound fluid? Do we switch from within the same bar? Do we switch bar from bar, or both? So Jeremiah, so I can tell you what I do. So like, let's say if I had a little progression here, just a little blues bit here, you know. Okay, so now what I would do is I would take this chord progression and I might think, okay, minor blues for a little bit. So usually what I'll do is I'll say, okay, I'm kind of in a particular area and I'm gonna noodle around and talk. It's like if we're having a conversation, we're not gonna be like, boy, did you see the game this weekend? Boy, politics, huh? Crazy. Anyhow, I got this new guitar. Do you like Sharks? I'm not gonna be like switching the subject like that. That's crazy, right? It's too frenetic. So what we want to do is we want to kind of sit in a spot a little bit. We're having a conversation. It may steer to Sharks or politics. Dear God, I hope not. But it's going to steer. It's going to go over here a little bit, and we're going to talk about this, and we're going to talk about this for a little bit. And that's how I think, and most guitar players think, when a chord progression's happening, there's a little place where they're noodling and they're doing some things, and they're kind of wearing out those frets and having fun there. And then they get bored, and they move to another part of the neck. And so that's how I think as far as the major minor. So I might do some minor for a little bit, and then I might go into major. So I might just be like. So now I'm major. So I might just hang out here a little bit, you know. And then you know, I let those few chords go by. Maybe two bars, 4 bars. Usually when we're phrasing, that's what we're doing, is we're thinking like 2 bars, 4 bars, 8 bars, usually even numbers, and we're just kind of doing some ideas, whittling around on you know, the fretboard in one area and then maybe moving to another area. It's not to say that you can't mix it up. You definitely can. In fact, I just played a few licks there where I was playing minor and then threw a major note in there. But you got to work that stuff out. It's not like it's just all is permissible. It's about phrasing, right? Just like you can say certain things like, oh, I don't know. I guess it all has to do with knowing the right time to say something. It's like anything. It's like in life, right? You could say something that might be really offensive, and then in another situation it might not be offensive at all. It just depends on the situation. So and those are licks. So that's why guitar players learn licks, because when you learn licks, they're like solid things that you can go, when this chord plays in this sort of timing with this sort of feel, I know I can use that lick, and then boom, they can pull that lick out, and it's going to sound great. It's a go-to, you know. All right, good. All right, we're going to do that other giveaway here in 2 minutes. These are for folks. In fact, you've got a minute to do it. If you haven't done it already, you're going to text merch. Here, this number right here, 833-744-0154. Text merch to that number, MERCH. That's all you have to do, okay? You text that to that number. Run over to the store real quick. We'll put up the link to the store. Pick yourself a hat. Pick yourself a T-shirt. And is it what?
A baby boo.
A baby bib. I mean, just pick some stuff. And then Emmy's going to announce that in just a minute. But literally, you have a minute. You have 1 minute to do that, to text that number there, okay? Somebody is going to win. We're going to pick one winner, and Emmy will announce it, and then she'll be in touch with you, and then you can pick your goodies, okay? All right. So Ian's saying, yes, I meant notes. Okay, good. That's what I assumed. So if I'm in the key of G, I know the chord D is coming up, trying to find the D in the major scale, and then using that as a reference to play the D major scale from that position. Got what you're saying, Ian. Okay, so here's the deal. No, don't play the D major scale. Technically, some of the notes out of there will sound good, but not all of them will sound good. Okay, because when you, if we did that, we would be working, you know, essentially we've got 7 different chords, diatonically speaking. We'd be dealing with 7 different scales, and then eventually what's going to happen is you're going to, if you're thinking, okay, minor chord, minor scale, then what's going to happen is you're going to end up using all the notes, and that's, again, you can play outside the lines, you can color outside the lines, do whatever you want. But there's consequences, right? It's not going to sound good. So what you want to do is this, Ian. You want to stay in the key that you're in. So if you're in the key of G, great. Now, what you're saying here by outlining or chasing that D, so here comes the D chord, and you play that D note on that D chord, that's good. That's what I call chasing the chord. I have a video for that. Search Your Guitar Sage chasing, and you'll find it. I call that chasing the chord, and essentially, you know, I'll do it right now. With this chord progression, if I start off on an A, now I'm going to play a D, because here's my D. Now here comes an E and a D. Here's my E, D, there's my A. So that was the most simple solo in the history of ever. And the only thing I did is I played the name of the note. If it was an A chord, I played an A note. If it was a D chord, I played a D note. If it was an E chord, I played an E note. That's all I did. I noodled around with some of the other notes to make it not sound too silly. But essentially, that's what I did. You can do that. I would highly suggest you doing that on all the jam tracks that we drop, okay? 2 every weekend. 1 this weekend because we're going live right now, but normally 2 every weekend, and I show you the chord. Learn that. You see an A coming up, play the A. Then D coming up, play the D. And then work around your scale a little bit, but play that note when it comes up. Friends, I promise you, you're going to start hearing your music start sounding like you know what you're talking about, because you do. In the same way, when we're having a conversation and somebody says, man, did you hear about blank? Whatever it is. I don't care what it is. Did you hear about sharks? Those sharks, they're crazy out there. Whatever. And someone's like, oh, yeah, I know a lot about the mako shark and whatever. Then, you know, you're moving, you're showing that you know something about that. That's a terrible example, but you get the idea. If someone changes the conversation in the middle of talking with them about something because they really want to talk about that, it'd be cool to throw something out there, right? To discuss something about it, and that's what we do when we're improvising. Is we are tipping our hat, we're playing notes off of that chord, we're playing around that chord, arpeggiating, borrowing things from that chord because it's like a conversation. That's all music is. It's a conversation. Okay, it's an ebb and flow. It's a give and take. There's tension and release. It's all that. Let's do a giveaway. All right. No, this is for someone who texted merch to the number 833-744-0154. Emmy, would you tell us who our winner is?
Yes, I will. Guys, I've never been so popular in my life. My inbox is just blowing up. It's crazy. Okay, so the winner of the Pick Your Merch is Don Collins. So Don, if you will text me back and let me know what you want, and then I'll get some more information. Thank you, Cole. I'll get some more information from you later, but you get to pick one item of merch from our website, not including the pedal. So don't be sneaky. All right.
Beautiful. Thank you, Em. Oh, now guys, you're going to be really excited about this next giveaway. In fact, I feel a little bit bad for me for doing it. I really do. We're going to give away, are you ready? I'm reaching for it. What? We're giving away. If they're not sold out already, no, we're definitely going to keep one. I think we didn't put 2 of them up there specifically. We're going to give this away right now. Well, no, in a half hour, we're going to give this away. This is the pedal. This is the Dueling Ninja pedal. You're going to hear a lot about this coming up, but this is our soft launch. Okay, you're going to hear a lot about this thing. Okay, we're giving it away in a half hour, and it's super easy to do. This is what you're going to do. You ready? You're going to text. Again, here's the number, 833-744-0154. Text. This is what you're going to text, all right? Pedal, because it's a pedal. P-E-D-A-L, not P-E-T-A-L. P-E-D-A-L. Text that to this number. Emmy's going to pick a winner. And we're going to ship this to you. Pretty awesome, right? Not this one, because the one, we're going to do some sort of giveaway, and we're going to do something with a 1. I don't know. It's coming up. But you're going to get one of these. Not this one, but one. You will get one, okay? All right. Dad jokes. Here we go. All right. All right, we're going to keep going. Man, it seems like this is going so much quicker. We've only had an hour yet, and we'll be done with today. But I feel like I've got all these giveaways are making it so much more. It's moving along so much quicker. Thank you so much, Wanda Lee Parks. Thank you for your time, Eric. I look forward to the next get-together. I'd better get some shut-eye before work, 3 hours. Oh, my goodness. Enjoy your camping. Thank you so much, Wanda Lee Parks. So sweet. So kind. Okay. Get to some questions. Does Pro cover playing with open tuning? It does. It does. We have, in fact, RJ Ronquillo. Do you guys know RJ? Fantastic player. He's literally one of my favorite local players. He's so tasty. Just a great player, great guy. And he did a slide course with us. It's open tuning. I think it's E or D open tuning. And watching his course is how I learned how to play slide guitar. I'm not joking. I dorked around with it for years, never got good at it. I literally, actually, while he was recording it, I was sitting in the other room and I was listening to him, and I'm like, okay, if I do that and that, well, that makes sort of sense. And then went down the whole course, and it's what taught me how to play slide guitar. And his teaching of it, it's just like spot on, boom, perfect. Just in and out, and he plays great. And that comes with the Unstoppable Guitar System Pro, and that is in there, and it's a remarkable product. So there you go. There you go. We should probably do that one separately in the. If someone would write a note on that, we probably should sell that one separately as well, instead of just in the course. But yeah. There you go. Fantastic course and fantastic teaching, and that's open tuning, indeed. Okay. No, Ken, if you want to win the pedal, you text pedal, P-E-D-A-L, to that number, okay? Can you use the Ninja pedal on the acoustic electric guitar? Only if you're metal, Jimmy. Yes, you could do that. Opinions on Tommy Emmanuel. You know, he's a freaking monster. That's what I think about Tommy Emmanuel. He's a beast. He's absolutely amazing. If I practiced that much, if anybody practiced that much, the guy is constantly playing. He's phenomenal. I've never met him. Now, Joe Robinson was on the show, and he's a buddy of mine, and he plays. Tommy Emmanuel's like one of his icons, but Joe is a fanatical, fantastic. He's an insane player. Great. Okay. You're so welcome, Randall. Thank you. I so appreciate everybody being here. Thank you. I am most definitely metal. Good. What is the wattage of the Boss amp? So this is a 50 watt amp, but let's talk about that for just a moment. Let's talk about that for just a moment. Did I do that? Yeah, I sure did. Talk about watts. When we're talking about solid state watts versus tube watts, they're two totally different animals. I tell this story that I had let me get this straight. I had a 1 watt, it was either 1 watt or 5 watts. I think it might have been 5 watts. 5 tube watts. I had an Epiphone 5 watt head. It's what they call a lunchbox amp, super small. Because they're great because they're so low powered that when you plug them into a speaker, you can get them to drive right away because they're being maxed out, which is where amps sound great, when you max them out, usually. I had this 5 watt amp, and it was so loud. I was like, this thing is so loud. And I had a 100 watt solid state amp, so twice as loud as this. I plugged my setup into both of them, and the 5 watt amp was this much quieter than the 100 watt solid state amp. So what I'm saying is this: tube amps are much more dynamic. They have much more of a dynamic range, so loudness and quietness. So a 50 watt amp may sound like it's super loud, like you're going to be able to rock a band with this thing. Truth be told, you probably could play in a band with a 50 watt solid state amp. You probably could. But if you wanted nice clean tones and stuff like that, it would probably be breaking up because you're maxing it out, just like what we were saying before, what we wanted. But if you don't want that, if you want a nice clean tone, then a 50 watt amp, solid state amp, usually won't cut the mustard. 50 watt tube amp, you could play a lot of places with that. It's so freaking loud, it'd blow your head off. So that being said, this is 50 watts solid state, probably equal to about 1 or 2 watts of tube, which is still pretty loud. I mean, we could get it loud in here where people would be like, please turn it down, that's loud. There's not going to be any blood coming from the ears or anything, but it'll be pretty loud, okay? So, but 50 watts. I could have just said 50 watts. That would have been easier. I'd love to see a collab with Tim Pierce on this channel. Oh, thank you, David. I would too. I love Tim Pierce. I've never had him on the show, but he seems like the warmest guy in the world, and I would love to have him on the show sometime. He's an insane player and so humble, such a humble player, and just a cool guy. Would love to have him on. Yes, we did do a video with Marty just a few months ago. It was on. Yeah, Marty came by the studio. He was here. A super swell guy. Another guy who obviously everybody knows, and a super sweet guy. Great teacher. Great player. He was here. We had a great time. I'd go out on a limb and say that 50 watts Blues Junior is louder than that box. You would be correct, Jeff. You would be correct. Do tube amps have more resonance? So when we're talking about resonance, we're talking about how something vibrates or shakes. So they don't have more resonance per se. That would have to do with the cabinet. And that's really not a term that we would use so much when we're talking about amps, like what's the resonance. Now guitars, yeah, because we want them to resonate. We want them to keep vibrating because we want those notes to sing out and that sort of thing. So we definitely would say that. But with tube amps, or with amps at all, we don't really typically talk about resonance. We could, but usually not. Okay. Should I turn YouTube practice amp, should I turn Y-tube practice amp to 10 and control volume with my guitar volume knob, or vice versa, or some other combination? Patty's saying. So Patty, completely subjective subject. You do whatever you want. Do what sounds good. Honestly, that's what we're looking for. There are no rules to this. You make it up as you go along. They're really, truly, I mean it. I'm not like some weirdo, hippie guitar teacher, although I am that. I'm not, that's not why I'm saying this. What I'm saying is that is that it truly is a matter of painting. And so if you want to paint with purple, paint with purple. If you want to paint with brown, paint with brown. So now the advantages to using your volume control is that you don't have to walk over to your amp, so you can be in the middle of playing and be working that control knob, right, that volume knob. And people do that all the time. A lot of guitar players do that. So it's not a bad idea. But just do what sounds good, okay? Do what sounds good to you. I've done both. And for different situations, one will sound better than another. How can you register to win the DOT? Fred, I hate to tell you this, but we gave that away already. That was in the last 2 weeks. But Fred, if you want to register, when we do these live broadcasts, well, usually we do more than we did this year. We just haven't done a whole lot this year. We've been doing lots of other things. But we do them typically, 4 times a year or so, 5 times, something like that. So definitely subscribe. Make sure that you're on all my social and stuff like that, because we definitely drop lots and lots of hints that we're doing this giveaway. And we did that for this, but we already gave that away. So I hate to tell you that, but it's true. Jeremiah saying, honest opinion of the Mustang GTX 100. I love this amp. However, I've only been playing it for 2 years. Okay, Jeremiah, it's an amp like this. It's solid state. I think I remember it being solid state, and it's like, I think it has effects built into it and that sort of thing. And so it is what it is. It's not going to be super loud, but the all-in-ones, they're always a lot of bang for the buck, but they're never top of the heap, because it's all-in-one type of thing. I say that, and I've got my Kemper here. It's kind of an all-in-one, but it's in a different league, when you're talking about like Line 6 or Kemper, you're talking about a different echelon of price and a different echelon of technology and what those things can do. But it's a great amp. Again, for the money, some of those amps just are really hard to beat. In terms of wattage, do you have a powered Kemper head? If not, what do you use for power on the cab? So this particular cab that I have, which is a Kemper cab, is not powered, but I anticipated that years ago when I bought the Kemper, and I bought a powered Kemper, so I can control that. I also have another powered Friedman monitor, full range monitor, made specifically for the Kemper and that sort of thing. And so that is powered, so I just run it a different way. I go line out instead of using the power section of this amplifier, but it does have a power amp built into it. Okay, what's the recommendations for an amp to use with a hybrid like a Taylor T5Z? I don't know what the Taylor 5Z is, but if it's an acoustic like most of Taylor's acoustics are, which I don't think it is, I think it's probably some sort of electric, then I don't suggest amping an electric, because acoustics sound best as on their own. The next best way is to mic them, and the next best way is to plug them in, which falls way down on the list, via their pickup. It makes the guitar not sound so big anymore, so I prefer not doing that. That's my preference. But let me know if that's an electric or what. Having Bonamassa on here with Eric would be awesome. I would love that. Yeah, that would be fantastic. I would just not pick up the guitar. I would just have to interview him, because he is a beast. Okay, same thing. What's a good amp for an acoustic electric? I don't prefer it. A real legit acoustic amplifier are very expensive. Typically $500,000 for just like a basic. So I don't suggest it, because even then it's just making it louder, but it doesn't really make it sound better. Usually limits the sound. Okay. What's the best site for guitar tabs? I love Ultimate Guitar, ultimate-guitar.com. I say I love it because it's got all the tabs that I want, and I've got a subscription to it. Other than that, I hate it, because I just don't think the company is very ethical, to be quite honest with you. And they haven't been for years. I just don't like them. But I go there to get my tabs, and I'll say that, but I just don't love them. When you bend, how do you keep from accidentally grabbing the adjacent strings? Howard, practice. I know that sounds There's no Achilles heel, or there's no like silver bullet to this one, I should say. When you're bending, you watch that bend, and as that finger goes up, if you're grabbing a string, don't grab the string. Be cognizant of it. Do it again, but this time don't grab the string. May be difficult. Most things are the first time you do it. Don't grab the string. Then go down. Bend up again. Don't grab the string. And then practice that enough to where your mind, again, anything to put in your subconscious, I don't have to think about it so much because I drilled it into my conscious brain. Now it's in my subconscious, so I don't have to think about it. For you, you just haven't done it enough in your conscious brain to get it into your subconscious, so that's what you have to do. And that takes real intentional looking at the guitar while you're bending and trying not to do that. Sometimes it can be the action of your guitar. I hesitate saying that because most people will go, it's not me, it's my guitar. It's probably you. It's probably not the guitar, if I'm being honest. So just work that out, okay? How's the YGS guitar coming along? It is coming along. All the parts are there. I texted my guy Ron the other day, and I hadn't heard back from him. So I need to text to him again, but he's saying that he has all the parts in place or very close to it. So why, Eric? That is a good question. Why? I think a better question is how, but why is a good question. It is a good question as long as we're not asking it to because we're like feeling sorry for ourselves. Why? That's a terrible question to ask. How would be a better question there, but if we're asking like why. Oh, there's a lot of questions for that right now. I could get in trouble asking. There's a lot of things we could ask why with right now, and you should be asking why. Lots of things. You know the things I'm talking about. Hey, you know the things I'm talking about. For which finger are you using a slider? So I use a slide on my ring finger. When RJ teaches his course, he puts it on his pinky. Because he says that allows him to use these three fingers for chording and everything else. And he does some really cool stuff where he's fretting and sliding at the same time. I got used to using this finger. And I think I came to that conclusion because I saw enough players who were really good doing that. And also, I wanted to be able to reach with my pinky if I wanted to do something. On this side of it, having practiced for a bit like this, I probably would go with the pinky because I think most of my chording I'm going to be doing with fingers 1, 2, and 3, and I don't find me using the pinky. So if I were starting from scratch, Igor, I would use it on my pinky and just get used to that. They're all going to feel awkward at first, all of them. Okay. We're going to be doing that pedal giveaway in 9 minutes. Eric, what pedal giveaway are you talking about? I'll tell you. Thanks for asking. The Dueling Ninja. We're giving this away in 9 minutes. How do you win it? Well, we're going to pick a winner who's texted this number, 833-744-0154. If you text the word pedal, P-E-D-A-L, to that number. It's in the chat right there, 833-744-0154. If you text me the word pedal, then Emmy's going to pick a winner in 8 minutes. It's 2:22, by the way. Thoughts on Fender Kurt Cobain's Mustangs. So I've never played one, and Mike, you were saying something about that, right? Isn't it hybrid or something of like a Mustang and a Jazzmaster or something?
I don't know a lot about it. Something like that. It's definitely modified Mustang.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know much about it, so I wish I knew more about it. But I loved his tone. I thought he came. I mean, it's kind of crazy sometimes, but it was cool. Okay. 54. Just starting and bought my first Strat and Blues Junior. What should be my first pedal? Fred, you know what I'm going to say, don't you? It's going to be a looper pedal. That would be your first pedal, honestly. If I had one pedal that I could buy, it would be a looper pedal. Why? Because you can use it infinitely as a practice tool to work on parts, all the rest, okay? A looper pedal. Get a looper pedal. The TC Electronic Ditto is a great one. After that, I'm not joking, it would be this pedal. Not joking. And it also depends on how much money you have. If you've got $500-600, I would get the Line 6. Help me out, Mike, if you know what I'm talking about. I own one. It's their all-in-one pedal. It's their, someone will put it in the chat here in just a minute, but it's their all-in-one pedal. It's like a $500 or $600 pedal. It's great. It's fantastic. However, as far as the overdrives do not beat this. But this doesn't do delay and reverb and everything else. Those pedals do. But if you're not looking to spend $500-600 and you're really truly are looking for great tone, boom, I'm not joking. This pedal right here. I'm not saying it just because we're selling it. I just pitched 2 other pedals that I don't own before this one. I'm telling you, as far as tone, this thing is an absolute beast, and it's absolute contender with any of them out there. And I truly mean that. And that's why it took so long to make. It's a completely boutique pedal made in the U.S. 2 of my favorite sounds with my own tweaking to it, the Tube Screamer OCD overdrive pedal. But again, these are our own tweaks. Okay, this took some time to create, but then you can cascade them at the same time. So that would be my next pedal. We'll put a link for that in the description we'll put that in the chat here for you. But that would be honestly the very first pedal that I would buy after the looper. And if you don't have $500, $600, whatever it is, to buy that Line 6 pedal, the HX Stomp, by the way, is the name of it. HX Stomp. And even then, if you buy that, you're still not going to get the same tones that you would get from this. So it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for an all-in-one HX Stomp and you have the money, thank you, Dan, HX Stomp, then that is the one to get if you want all-in-one and you're okay with their overdrive sounds. If you've got reverb and you're not looking to get lost in menus and stuff like that, then don't get the HX Stomp. Get that Dueling Ninja. It's a beast, okay? 4 minutes for the pedal giveaway. 4 minutes.
200 have just signed up.
What's that?
Over 200 have signed up.
Beautiful.
To win the pedal.
Oh, beautiful. I love that. Yay. Fantastic. Okay, so Joy is saying, I'm looking to purchase a nice sounding parlor guitar with a budget of $400, including setup and tax. Any recommendations? Joy. Joy, what I would suggest is checking out Orange Wood guitars. Check out Orange Wood because they are only online. They don't sell to Guitar Center or any of these places, so they're able to keep the costs down. I know a little bit about this company. They've sent me guitars before, and they really do sound good. Mike's got mine right now, and it's a great sounding guitar. Feels great. Feels and plays, sounds to me like a $700-800 guitar at least, and I think it was, God, I think that guitar is, do you know how much that one is, Mike?
The Brooklyn,
Yeah.
I want to say it's like $300. The non-electric version.
Yeah, I'm sorry to put you on the spot there. I think it's $300-ish. But check out Orangewood guitars, and they have some up from there too. I don't get anything for saying that. They're just really good guitars, and especially for the price. Orangewood, check them out. And I think they might have a parlor size. In fact, I think that might have been a parlor that you have there, Mike. I think.
No, that's not a parlor.
No?
They have a junior. I don't know about a parlor. They should check them out.
Okay, yeah. What is your opinion on the Spark amp? So the Spark amp is, similar to like Line 6 technology where they're modeling amps, and this has gotten really, really, really good over the years. It's just gotten really, really good. I don't know anything about the Spark amp. I've used Bias Software before, which is the company, and I was very impressed with that. And honestly, Amp Farm and all those in-the-box type of amps, not this type of box, but in what we mean in the box is in the computer, they sound fantastic. I've never really found one that I was disappointed with. So that's my opinion. Not really much of an opinion, but I know folks love those. I don't know how much they are, but if you got the money, that Kemper amp is hands down the best I've ever heard played all. In the market for an acoustic on a budget, thinking Martin Triple O Jr. or Orangewood. Oliver, thoughts or suggestions? Adam, I would say add to the list an Epiphone Masterbuilt, Masterbilt, B-I-L-T, not B-U-I-L-T, B-I-L-T, Masterbuilt, Epiphone Masterbuilt. You can typically get them new for, I think, about $500, and on Craigslist, I've seen them, in the $300 range. They just sound good. I think they're solid. At least the top is solid. I don't know about the sides and back, but they sound great. They play great. You might want to still have it set up, but that's a great guitar. Those Epiphone Masterbuilts. Solid. Pops, what's up, brother? I see Chuck Pops, one of my buddies here. My Yamaha Transacoustic is thus far untouchable by Taylor and Martin IMO. It's an incredible value. There you go. I have never owned a Yamaha guitar that I didn't love. Let me just say that. I've never owned a Yamaha product that I didn't love. Those guys are consistent. Not to say that there aren't lemons out there, but they are consistent, really consistent. Does the Katana amp have a built-in loop? Nope. It has auxiliary in, and it has phones in the back, and it's got a foot switch. This particular one does not. Also has a USB. I'm not sure if that's for updating it or for getting that into your recording software. You'll have to check online, but I don't know. But guess what? I do know something. I know that we have a half hour left, and I know that we're giving away a daggone pedal here, a Dueling Ninja pedal. So again, friends, for those that did the deed here and actually sent in, they texted us pedal to that number there, we're giving this away. Emmy, who is our winner?
Okay, guys, I'm really excited about this because the pedal's awesome. So, Michael Bates has been chosen as the winner of this Dueling Ninjas pedal. Michael, if you'll just text us again or reach out on social media, I will get this pedal to you. And guys, like we said, over 200 of you texted in for this pedal, and I think that means you want it really bad. So we've got them on the website. Please go just blow it up, get the pedal if you didn't win. But thank you guys so much for entering.
Wahoo, thank you, Em. Beautiful. Okay, guys, we got another half hour to go, okay? We've got another half hour to go. I'm here for you. Questions answered, anything about the courses. I haven't seen many questions about the courses. Maybe many of you are in it. Let's talk about it really quickly. The very first link below this YouTube video, the very first link below it. Did you just change those colors behind me? Did you?
We've been doing that the whole time.
Oh, have you?
That's about the 30th change.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. I love it. Okay, so the very first link below, if you're watching on YouTube, you don't have access to the PDF. For this huge broadcast that we've done today, there's a PDF, very first link below. It'll lead you to our website, which also has everything that you're watching here on YouTube in the chat and everything. You're not going to miss anything. But what you have to gain is you've got the PDF. You have all of the offers that we have today. I'm going to go over them with you really quickly, and then we're going to keep on. I want to keep on with your questions here. But here are the offers for today. $100 off lifetime, which is now $197. Okay, and friends, I would be wrong if I didn't tell you this. But in 2021, UGS is going way up. We started this at $400. We started UGS at $400. That's been 9 years ago now. It was 2012 is when we did that. And there was, I don't know, 100-something videos in there, something like that. Maybe 150 videos in there. Now there are, I think, well over, with 365, which we give you with UGS, there's well over 1,000 posts, 1,000 lessons in there, okay? We do 3 live broadcasts every single month that are just for UGS members only. And when I mean UGS, I mean UGS Pro. So Classic isn't, they're not privy to that, and neither are Standard, because that's what happens, right? When you buy the expensive car, you get the cool stuff. So it is what it is. It's $197 today. It's going to go way up. I mean, like way up, like sub 1,000, but not much less than 1,000. We haven't decided exactly, but it's going to be somewhere around there. It's going to not be cheap. So if you're ever looking for lifetime lessons and you don't want to dork around with YouTube lessons and you're getting frustrated with that and you're getting frustrated with your playing, how will you know if you're a candidate for this? You'll know it because you're like, dude, I'm frustrated with my playing. I need something step by step where I show up every day and I kick ass. That's what that's all about. You've seen it in the chat, folks saying UGS Pro. You've seen UGS 30. These are folks that are in there, that are in standard, that are in pro, and they have an idea of what's going on there. So it's the whole enchilada, okay? So much more stuff, I can't even tell you about it, that's in UGS, but you'll see there's a video that'll walk you through it if you're unsure about it. And I think we have a 30 or maybe, I think we moved it up to 60-day money-back guarantee on everything now. So if you don't like it, we'll give you 100% of your money back, no questions asked, and I do mean that. There's no way we would have over 500,000 students if we were cheating people. So just understand that I don't want your money if you don't want the product. I want happy customers, and that's it, okay? It's not rocket science, okay? Okay, 50% off of 365, 50% off the ebook bundle, all the other standalone courses, all 50% off. There probably are other deals on there, but you'll find that out by clicking the first link below the YouTube video, which will lead you to the page with the PDF and all the offers. You check them out yourself because it's just so much I can't go over it. It overwhelms me, okay? Okay, that's it. Now, back to your questions. I'm with you for another 25 minutes. Let me just thank everybody for coming out so far, and we're going to keep going here, okay? Dennis, in UGS Pro, do you have any lessons for country music? I do. Listen, music is music, okay? I obviously live in country music USA, so much of my being here for, oh my gosh, how long has it been now? 30 years? I've been in Nashville for 30 years now. So much of my influence has been because of Nashville, the Nashville number system, understanding how to use the capo, just my playing in general of just like stepping back and keeping out of the way of the singer until there's a time to solo, then I'll rip, I'm fine with that. But stepping out of the way and playing and fitting into the music, that's all country music. So when you say country music, are there lessons on country music? Yes. Is there lots of lessons on chicken picking, Brent Mason style, burning the fretboard, that sort of style? Nope, there's not. But if you're talking about country music, like the country music that you hear, 99% of everything that you hear, yes, there's tons of that. Because that's the town I live in, and that's the style of, that's the way I think, rock, country, blues, that sort of thing. So there's lots of that in there, yeah. And at the end of the day, a capo is a capo whether you're playing heavy metal or anything else. And theory is theory. It's all the same. And getting around the fretboard and phrasing and chord progressions and chords and scales, it's all the same. It doesn't matter what genre you're in. It's all the same. And here's the deal. Get in there. Like I said, if you're not happy with it, you get 100% of the money back, and you scored the 197, okay? Okay. Have there been any UGS Pro member chats in September? No, I don't believe there has. We're doing in fact, here is another reason. Guys, when is our next one? Do you know off the top of your head? Wednesday. This Wednesday, the 30th, okay? This Wednesday, the 30th, if you get into the Unstoppable Guitar System now, UGS Pro, again, a standard and classic, they don't have access to live. They don't have access to Q&A with me, by the way, all the time. So every day, that's what I do. I'm checking messages in the morning, in the evening. I check messages, and I get back to those folks that are in my program. So just like you guys are asking questions now, except every single one of them gets answered instead of me missing you here. So that's another advantage to membership there to UGS Pro. But the other advantage is these live broadcasts that are only available for UGS Pro members. I do 3 of them every month. And our next day is set for September the 30th, okay? So if you join UGS Pro, you will have 3 extra live hours with me this month, and a much smaller group. So everybody gets their questions answered all the time in there, okay? They get them all answered before I leave, and we have another one, okay? So definitely check that out. Okay, any suggestions on settings, amp and guitar, to get clean strummed chords, or is it more about muting? They tend to get muddled into each other. So Wyatt, I would have to hear what you mean by muddled, because if you're playing on the acoustic and they're muddled, then what we're talking about now is you're not getting clean chords because you're not playing them clean. So no setting would fix that on the amp and or the guitar. So what I would suggest doing is searching Your Guitar Sage clean chords, because I have videos on how specifically to play those chords clean. Hint, you want to do things like play directly on your fingertips. You want to play directly behind the fret. You want to make sure that you're not muting with any part of your hand. You want to drop the thumb behind the back of the neck. There's lots of different things that you want to do. I go over all of that in there. Better yet, Wyatt, in UGS Standard, the one that I give you guys for free today, yourguitarsage.com/30, I go over the real specifics, break it down even before you get to the chords on how you should be fretting, so that when you do go to play those chords, they're going to be a lot cleaner. Then you don't have to worry about the amp settings or anything else. Otherwise, if you're playing your chords perfectly and it's not you who's muting the notes and it's a matter of tone that you're trying to get out of your setup, then what you want to do is you want to turn your overdrive down, also known as the pre. So you have pre and post gain. Turn your pre down, turn your post all the way up, and then use your pre as the volume. You could also do the same thing with drive and volume. Turn your drive all the way down, turn your volume all the way up, and then adjust your volume with your drive. Then this way you're getting the cleanest sound possible. Also, if you have volume and master volume, you could essentially turn your master volume all the way up and then use your volume. But usually with that, there's another variable involved like drive or something like that. But mess around with those different knobs. If you only have one knob on your amp, and that's volume, then just keep that down, so it's not overdriving so much.
Eric, what kind of power supply does the pedal need, and does it come with the box?
No, doesn't.
It's your standard 9-volt. It does not come with that. Which that's something we need to, if you would mark that down, because we need to denote that to folks. Most folks, so here's the deal. We had a discussion about this the other day. Some folks say, well, does it come with a battery? No, it doesn't come with a battery, and here's why. Is we had the choice to do that. Obviously, we wanted to keep the costs down for you. So anything that you do to something, of course, increases the cost. But realistically, if you're playing, who's using batteries? Mike said he uses batteries, but other than Mike is what I'm saying. Other than Mike, occasionally using a battery, who uses batteries? I haven't used batteries in pedals in years. It's because when the batteries start failing, the tone changes in these. I don't want my tone to change. So, and also usually you're using them with a pedal board. So it's a standard 9-volt, what you would plug all your other 9 volts in with. But we definitely need to put that on the website. Barry is saying, UGS Pro has everything lesson-wise and questions answered. Smaller sessions for questions. Beautiful. Thank you, Barry. He's saying a bargain. Thank you, bud. Okay, so Daryl is saying, in your 9 chords download, your G chord uses 4 fretted strings, where other books use 3. Open B versus the B. Why the difference? Daryl, so I mentioned this earlier, is that if you eat chili at Wendy's, or chili from the firefighter down the road, or chili from your mom, chili from your grandma, they're all chili, but are they going to taste different? Yeah, they are, because the different ingredients. So essentially, when we're talking about a chord, what we mean is three or more notes played at the same time. What we mean by 3 or more notes played at the same time, we mean 3 notes that we could duplicate. So if you had a G chord, it could have 3 G's in it, but we're still talking about that one. We're talking about a G. If it's a G, B, D, that's a G major chord. No matter how many G's, B's, and D's you have in it, and whatever, doesn't matter where they're at, it's a G chord. Okay? It's the ingredients that make it a G chord, just like the ingredients that make it a chili, not tomka soup, right? Thai tomka soup, the coconut soup. It depends on what the ingredients are. So when we're talking about a 9 chord, if we're talking about a legit 9 chord, we're talking about a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, okay? And so there are rules. This is deep into UGS, right? This is not light stuff. But when we're talking about 5 notes, so that would need to be at least a 5-string chord, right? If we're including all the notes. But there are some rules when we're talking about those embellished chords. We can start taking notes away that don't matter as much, like the 1. Bass player's playing the 1. The 5 is stable because it's the same way for 6 out of the 7 chords, so we don't need that guy. So you start getting into the embellished notes. So there's so many different ways to play a chord. I had somebody say this the other day. They said, "You're playing your scales wrong." I said, "Am I?" "Well, if I have, I've been doing it for 37 years. They said, "No, you're definitely playing them wrong because I'm looking at Mel Bay's book and you're playing them wrong." I said, "Oh, okay." So you can play scales any different way. It doesn't matter. A scale is just a series of notes. That's all it is. So it can be played so many different ways. When we're talking about chords and we're talking about scales, they can be played so many different ways. Don't get hung up on it. So why the difference is because there are so many different ways I could have played that. It's just, that's the nature of the beast, if that makes sense, okay? Ken's having a problem. Okay, so Ken, if you're not getting, you won't get texts about the monthly Zoom sessions. You will only get emails for those. If you're not getting those emails, it's probably that you've opted out for that. However, if you're not getting those emails right now, I would make sure that the email that you're signing up with UGS or that you're signing in with is the email that you're checking. I would check your junk, the spam, definitely check that. And if it's not there, if it's not those 3, because we can do everything on our end, and if it's going there, you're still not going to be helped out, right? So in that order, make sure you're using the email that you're logging in with. Then check your spam junk folder. If it's not there, then reach out to support. If you reach out to support before then, it's not going to help you because they're going to do all this work and it's still going to go to your spam and it's not going to help you. So do it in that order. Log in, spam, junk. Thirdly, check email support@yourguitarsage.com. Email them, give them the email that you've signed up with, that you're signing in with, and say, "I'm not receiving these. Can you please assist me?" And then it will get directed to the right person, okay? Sorry that you're not receiving those. I believe you can opt out for, obviously all email you can opt out for. So, and if you've done that at some point or it's going to your spam or you're using a different email, you're not going to see it.
Eric, you announced kind of the winners from earlier again.
Yes, let's do that. So you mean the big winners?
On the whiteboard in front of you as well.
The big winners, yes. The big winners. Okay, so here we go. These are the winners from earlier because I know some folks were asking. They always do. So 3 winners won the UGS Lifetime, and here they are. Temperance Dunson, Hugo Carlson, and Mark Anderson. Okay. The first prize winner, which won the acoustic, the PR 150, and the lifetime membership to UGS and the merch and all that good stuff, is Rodney Lax, L-A-X, like the airport. And the first prize winner, which was the Epiphone Dot, the Boss Katana amp, lifetime membership to UGS, the merch, dear Lord, all sorts of good stuff, went to Pam Sear, S-E-R-R. So congratulations, my friends. That is, those were the big prizes right there. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. All right, we got a few minutes. We have 12 minutes left, friends. I'm here for you. Want to get your questions answered. Anything that you want to ask me, now is the time to do it. Theory, technique-wise, otherwise, now's the time to do it. If you have questions about the course, I won't be here except for the next 12 minutes, so now's the time to get those questions answered. Again, very first link below this video will give you access to all the offers and the PDF. You don't want to forget to do that, okay? Because in 2021, UGS has gone way up, okay? Okay. Wait, she won the 2 guitars? Only the acoustic? So we had one winner who won the acoustic and then one winner that won the electric, as per the whole giveaway that we did. Yes. Okay. Question. Wyatt, I'm with you. I love buying experienced guitars. I don't like buying new guitars. It's a weird thing. When I see a new guitar, I'm like, I don't know why. It's so funny. And in Nashville, you get guitars for half of what they cost in the store. So if it's a $500 guitar, you'll find it on Craigslist for $250. $1,000 guitar, $500 on Craigslist. Almost inevitably, because that's just the going rate here. It's half of what you pay in the store. And so many folks getting rid of guitars. Steven, Glenn, thank you so much for the donation, brother. Super, super kind. Especially this late in the program. That's super kind. Thank you. I like vintage instruments. I like pre-used instruments because for whatever reason, they just feel good. They feel like they've been worked in a little bit, you know? I love them. Mono or stereo looper? Depends. If you want stereo, I mean, I know that sounds logical, but if you have a stereo setup, most people don't have a stereo setup, so there's not a reason for it. If you have a stereo setup and you want that sound, so like you have stereo reverb or stereo delay or stereo chorus, and then you have 2 speakers and 2 amps and all the rest, if you have all that, then get a stereo looper. Otherwise, it doesn't matter, okay? Steven, again, thank you, brother. Guitar Sage channel and Eric, so awesome. Thank you, brother. Super kind. Coming in twice. Man. Everyone asks about the guitar winners, but I think being able to win the UGS Lifetime is the same as a grand prize. Oh, Cecilia, thank you. So sweet. Do you think that a Fender Strat has a specific voice that is not reproduced in other S-type guitars? Alvin, yeah, I would say that if you took a Strat and you took other guitars that were copies of Strats and you played them all, I honestly think, given the same electronics and that sort of thing, I think it's probably going to be so close that you're not going to be able to tell much, honestly. There are egos out there that would argue that, and I will specifically say egos, because at the end of the day, there's stuff that is so indiscernible, it's going to take your imagination to say, oh yeah, I hear a difference there. So that being said, yeah, I mean, obviously it has its own sound. Everything, all components of a guitar relate to its sound. Some people argue that. Those are people that just aren't educated about it, and they just assume that it's all about the pickups. It has to do with every part of the guitar. It has to do with the pick that they're using. I mean, the fact that people argue that is comical, because it's just, you can literally hear it, and all the physics, all the whatever, fill in the blanks. I hate using the word science because people are misusing that word right now, but use just facts and use your brain and your ears and you will hear a difference, you know what I mean? So, but people get carried away with that stuff. You'll hear differences, but they're so subtle sometimes that it's as if they're not there. But every part of the guitar, every part, the pick, the way they're picking, where you're picking on the string, all. How much should I practice as a beginner? Daily. So I have a very scientific ratio for this. I've said it before. If you are completely okay with sucking, then you'll want to do somewhere in the area of 0 to suck practice. So like maybe that's like practicing once a month, once a week, once a day for a minute or so. So if you're cool with sucking, then do that. If mediocrity is your game and you really want to just play hard in the mediocrity land, then practice, a little bit more than that. Maybe, 10 minutes a day, just kind of dabble at it and don't spend too much time. And honestly, listen, I'm being silly about this, but at the same time, where you're at is where you're at. And some people are totally fine with being mediocre or not very good players. It's totally fine. No judgment. And I really mean that. Because we need all types of guitar players out there. Campfire guitar, just all. We need studio players. But if you want to be excellent at what you do, don't worry about how much time you should be practicing. You should be worried about what crap you can cut out of your life so that you could be doing something constructive and beautiful and fulfilling, like playing guitar, like, you know, going into an old folks home and playing songs, or children's home, or whatever, like giving your soul in that way, feeding them, you know, and giving that energy to them. That's a beautiful thing. So that's what I would do. I would be concerned with how much TV I can cut out now that we know that 99% of everything they say on the news is complete bullshit. I'm saying don't watch news anymore. And really, honestly, TV, it's like, let's get rid of the TV. There's so many millions of things we can do without that. Start cutting crap out of your life so that you can focus on things that are cool, like spending time with your family, meditating, working out, playing guitar. It's cool. And it will make you feel so much more fulfilled, I can promise you. Okay. And I'm sorry if you believe that the news is working for you. If it's working for you and you're super happy at the end of the day watching it, then watch more of it. But if it's not, then I might be right. Yes, a huge thank you to the crew for sticking in there today. Thank you so much, guys. Wait a minute. They've all gone home. No, I'm joking. They're there. They're there. Oh, Chuck Pops. Thanks, brother. Thanks, Emmy, for the trucker hat. Too kind. We're keeping the UGS staff family in our prayers with the external turmoil y'all are dealing with of late. Thank you so much, Guitar Song. Thank you so much, Pops. So appreciate that, brother. Okay, thank you, Willie. I got a few people that agree. All right. Yeah, we're still going, Sue. We are here. The best, don't quit at 5,000 steps. Yep. Put down the remote and game controller. It's true. Look, playing video games is cool. I used to play video games. I can hang with the Atari 2600 and the 5200, where it all started. Like, that was me. I did all that. The second I picked up a guitar, I'm like, I'm done. And honestly, playing video games now is so boring to me. The same part of your brain that's playing video games is what you're doing when you're playing guitar. But when you're done spending hours playing guitar, you have something to show for it. You literally can make money. You could create a guitar course. You could create a guitar channel. You could create the Unstoppable Guitar System. You could create videos. You could play in the studio. You could go into the old folks' home and play all sorts of stuff. What the heck's happening behind me with the lights? You could do all sorts of stuff. So be creative. You know what I mean? This is like, you would have something to show for it. You know what I'm saying? All right. My team is goofing on me now.
They call that firework mode.
I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. Jeremiah's saying, I like the sound of the Mexican Strats more than the American Strats. Am I crazy, or is it my brain playing tricks on me because of the pretty price tag on the Mexican Strat? Man, I've owned lots of Mexican Strats. They're great. I've owned more Mexican Strats than, well, I know, probably the same amount than American Strats, and they're great. They're fantastic. You know, Mike, thank you, brother, for the namaste avocado there. Thank you. Just because something's expensive doesn't make it great. Just because something is cheap doesn't mean it's bad. But usually when something is less expensive, you have less quality parts that go into it, or less craftsmanship, that sort of thing, right? That's why they're more expensive guitars typically have those better components and more craftsmanship, more time spent with them, and that sort of thing. That said, it usually does not equate. Again, a $200 amp, this amp could play lots of gigs. My Kemper amp can play lots of gigs. If I only have $200, I could play lots of gigs with this. If I only have $200, I can't play with the Kemper. So at the end of the day, what you can afford, you want to figure out what that is. That's why my mantra for buying a guitar, acoustic or electric or an amp or anything otherwise, is you go in with your budget and you play everything in your budget, and you go with the one that sounds and plays and speaks to you the best, because that's the one you want, right? Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, we'd all be playing the same amp and married to the same gal and driving the same car, and that would get really, really boring and possibly contemptuous. The Chicago Todd, thanks for the donation, brother. So kind, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, would love a lesson on amps, how to dial in tones. Most are the same. Give me some thought. Okay, so Sue, most are the same. No, they're not. They're very different. Maybe that's what you're asking. Most are not the same. They're the same as in they amplify. They're the same as in they have EQs. They're the same as in they might have reverb. But again, some don't have reverb. This has built-in effects. This is tube. This doesn't have a loop in
You
it.
did 2 videos on that recently too.
Yes, I
You
did.
Dirty Town.
I did. Thank you, Mike. Okay, Sue, check out on my channel. I dropped one on clean channels, and I dropped one on dirty tone, clean tone, or dirty channel, clean channel. Search Your Guitar Sage. Well, just go look. Maybe 2 weeks ago I did that. You'll see it. It looks like a dial, a giant dial. And it's about tone. So I give more detail there, but again, Sue, I see this question a lot, and I usually don't answer it because it can't be answered other than saying it's different from amp to amp. That's why you won't see, I mean, what I went over in that video was basics. Because, yeah, you could say basics. It's like if you want this to sound swimmier, then turn up the reverb. If you want it to sound more overdriven, then turn up the drive. If you want it to sound cleaner, turn down the drive, turn up the volume. If you want it to sound less bassy, turn down the bass. So it's really logical stuff that I'm talking about in that video, but that's about as detailed as you can get since it's all different, since each one is different, you know? Does that make sense? My friends, we're at that mark. We're at the 3 o'clock mark. And for those, how many folks do we still have in here, by the way?
Looks like over 400.
Over 400 folks still in here. You guys, the 400 that are still here, you guys are amazing. And for the folks that aren't in here, you're amazing. I know that people have stuff to do. I'm not picking on those that aren't still here. But this has been an absolute blast to do. I love doing these with you guys. I love you guys. Great questions. We did great giveaways today. We learned a ton of stuff. Again, if you've just tuned in and you don't know, where to get the PDF, the very first link below, it will also give you access to all the offers that we're doing. $100 off of UGS. It's $197 today. That'll be good until Wednesday. And in 2021, that price is going skyrocketing. It's going to be way up because we've been at a low price for way too long on that. The monthly will stay the same. So if you want to get in monthly, we've got a $19 method. We've got a $10 method, or is it $5? We have a $5 method, I've been told. We have a $0 method. So obviously, again, the higher priced ones have more bells and whistles, more things. But check it out. You're not going to know what it is. Hey, Mary Beth. You're not going to know what it is until you get in there, until you check it out, okay? But the monthly ones are going to stay the same. The free will always be free. Veterans, you always get it for free. U.S. veterans always get it for free. Go to yourguitarstage.com/veterans. There's a form there to fill out. And don't forget projamtracks.com. We have so many things. I'm going to wear you out with it. I don't want to do that. You guys, love you so much. To my crew, thank you so much for being here today and doing this, because that's a sacrifice on a Saturday, and I don't take it lightly. Thank you. Thank you so much to everybody. We'll see you. We're dropping another video tomorrow. Guys, if I forgot anything? I don't think so. We're dropping another Jam Track video tomorrow. Check those out, projamtracks.com. I'm going camping. See ya.